Ah, wow! Hit the notification bell and all. Hit subscribe, notification, all. Subscribe, notification, all. Subscribe, notification, all. Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. Whoa! Guess it went to some other screen there. I don't know what happened. But what's going on, freakazoids? Well, we got the big hearing coming up on Monday. And a lot of the YouTubers out there are so excited just to have their name mentioned in there. Even if they had absolutely nothing to do with anything. I would be ashamed, to be like on the, I don't know, the defense. I mean, it's not like it. I mean, some people are mentioned because they're mentioned, because that was an attempt by the defense to try to put some shade on the case. But it's weird where people are like, they go, "You're just jealous." Like, what would you be jealous? Let me ask you something. What would you be jealous about by not having your name on there? It's like, it's not a badge of honor or anything, okay? You're mixed in there with the likes of Slow Joe. Is that something to be excited about? Yeah, so what I want to do today is I want to have the people call in. If you feel like calling in and trying to defend Rick, your buddy Rick. You like to call him Rick because he's like one of you, just some poor schmuck that got caught up in something. He had nothing to do with anything, just bad timing, etc., etc., etc. Don't worry about who Slow Joe is. He likes to. What's interesting is when I say Slow Joe, he likes to admit to everybody that that's him. That's weird. That means he knows he's a Slow Joe. It's strange. It's like, what? I'm not even saying anything, your whole name. I don't even say your channel name. I don't say anything. I just call you Slow Joe, but at the same time, you keep saying, "Hey, everybody, I'm the Slow Joe. I recognized it." It's crazy. And you know what's one thing I always notice, too? That all of these YouTubers out there, Slow Joe, Rick Snay, the Wacko, they always threaten to physically harm somebody because their intellect is so low that they aren't able to achieve any sort of victory in any other way in their mind. They are insane people, okay? Now when you go, sometimes they're quick-witted, so people go, "Oh yeah, good point." But when you really sit back and think about it, it's a terrible point. You just believe them because they said it quickly. Right. Yeah, and Zozo already said that they do not claim him over there. They already said that. The entire country is disavowing. Well, Gray, I didn't say that. I just said I don't. Well, I'm sure the rest of them would feel pretty much exactly the same. So go out and share the video, everybody, in other places. All right, we only got 189 people watching, which is insanely low. So if you go out there and put the video in various groups, we'll wait about 5-10 minutes for you to do that. Don't rely on other people either. Do it yourself. Yeah, he might be like parts, whatever he is, he's been raised horribly, okay? Because he's one of the most vile people. He literally threatened to, like, destroy the entire AbbyandLibby ballpark with an incendiary device, okay? He's insane. He thinks we're all out there. Hey, thank you very much, Kami. She said, let's go, freaks. All right. I think it's silly that anyone, YouTuber, wrote into... I know. See, one of them wrote in because they were the object of the defense. The rest of them wrote in because they were like, wow, that's so cool. Comes now the next whack job. You know, the normal people, they didn't type in comes now. All right. They just typed in, hi, my name is so-and-so, and yeah, this is what the deal is. When you start trying to pretend that you're sort of this legal scholar, I mean, I guess if you've been arrested 1,000 times, you'd be pretty well versed in the lingo, the jargon, etc. But what normal person out there, if you're not a lawyer, would type in "comes now the"? Yeah, give me a break, Jesus. Yeah, I want people to call in today to discuss how they believe he is, like, totally innocent. See, these crazy people like Slow Joe, Snay, the rest of them, they believe that he is absolutely this innocent person because he's friends with his wife. Oh, weird. That's weird. So you've been communicating with one of the witnesses. Boy, are you already tampering? That's wild. Very strange. All right, thanks for sharing, everybody. And also, like we always do on this channel, if you'd like to help support the Grant Hughes Investigates YouTube channel, you can send a comment in on a super chat. It helps support me. It also allows for us to, and I know there's people that hate when I do this part of the show because they're just such great people. These people are so much better than everybody else when I try to actually bring in the income here. We've already given $2,000 this month to various true crime related charities. I've brought in extra money this month from doing my videos that I've put out on other cases, for ad revenue. And so hopefully this month will be one of our bigger ones to make up for the first 2 months. All right. So that's what we do on this channel, is make a difference, and it allows me to keep doing this. All right. Comes now the Spirit Box, as Seb E3. Maybe we should try that out. What the hell did the Spirit Box say today? At a hut. Oh my God, at a hut. Did you hear that? It said at a hut at the beginning. Does that mean a shack, everybody? Does that mean there was a shack out there? At a hut. I heard it. Right. Just finished watching the Dillman's Champion. I don't know what that means. Anyways, the at a hut. Did you hear that? There was definitely a shack involved. All right. So let me just ask you guys something out there. The people who think Richard Allen is innocent have to believe that there is a massive cover-up with the FBI, the Indiana State Police, the local Delphi police department and sheriff department, that they're all part of the Odinist cult, because there has to be a reason that they decided not to go after the Odinists. You know, remember those Odinists? They were just all over them, but then they went, ooh, let's stop looking into them. Let's interpret what the professor's saying differently so that we cannot solve this case with the Odinists. Okay, do you understand that, everybody? We don't want to solve the Odinist case because they're our brethren. Let's keep it hidden. All right? And then years later, you'd have to, you know, they did find a .40 caliber bullet at the crime scene. And years later, they went, oh, wow, we have to be able to pin this on somebody. Let's find somebody else that was at the bridge that day that just happens to own a Sig Sauer .40 caliber. All right? And once we determine who that person is, we can just pin it on them. Oh my God, it took us 5 years. Wouldn't they have pinned this on him way back then if this was all part of that? Yeah. So you guys are cuckoo. All right. So who put a 1 in? Well, let's not do a poll on that, but well, let's just do one. Let's do it. Well, the problem is there's a certain percentage that are trolls that always watch. So there's a 10 to 15% buffer every single time because they always answer the opposite of what a rational person would say. So here we go. And you guys, let's get going here. We're at $2. Let's go. All right. We've got the what? Let's see. Was there a vast Odinist infiltration cover-up in this case? That's what we're going to do. Yeah, there we go. What is your answer there? Say that? Well, we get usually 15-20% wacko trolls that show up here. There's no rational-minded person could literally believe that with a straight face. Well, the video, who knows? The phone lines aren't open yet. Hey, thanks, Cookie. Yeah, we're not a one-hit wonder over here, though. That's the thing. I've been on Court TV 5 times for 5 different cases. You know, there's a lot of people that just jump into the true crime world and cover the same case forever. And there's some cases I cover a hell of a lot more than other ones because I'm more interested in those. But it's just the way it is. Fast enough, apparently. $50 Shades of Faye. Well, I'm a gray. Isn't that weird? All right, let's do... I'm going to put the phone lines open now. Welcome the hair. Man, this one's picking up right after last night. Dead as a doornail. All right, there's the phone number, but I don't have... Hold on a second. Let me get everything ready. All right, there we go. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. All right, there you go. Call in. Hey, there's Mike S. Thank you. Man, it was like a ghost town in here for a little bit. We're one day, this is the first day of halfway past the month, middle of the month. So there's the phone line, you guys. You pro Rick Allen. He's so awesome. Rick Allen, the greatest human being on the planet. Come on, you guys. You guys have so much to say when you're talking to your other brethren. When did this numbering... I don't know what you mean, Ivan. Restarting is getting ridiculous. I don't know what you mean. When did the numbering of Super Chats start? It's weird. I don't know what you mean by numbering of Super Chats. Oh, you mean when they say this is their 10th one? I don't know. It's kind of dumb when they're up to like, this is their 21st Super Chat. Hello, 419. Hello, got to turn down the audio in the background just like the radios. You got to turn down the audio in the background. You got 2 more seconds. Okay. All right. Who is this?
Yeah, I don't. Why do you think the authorities are lying about everything?
No, what makes you think they're lying about everything? You're just listening. You're going by what the defense is saying. If you don't turn down the audio in the background, I'm hanging up this phone. Okay.
There is no audio in the background.
Well, yeah, there is because it kept repeating everything back. That means you're either on speakerphone or you got the audio on in the background. All right. So
I'm on speakerphone.
All right. So what are the things that they're lying about? You mean about the professor?
The professor said.
Professor.
They hid evidence.
They what?
They didn't. They hid evidence.
What evidence?
The evidence they got now in discovery. Why didn't they show it up? Why weren't they giving it? What else are they hiding? Why were they hiding the
well,
phone?
I did think it was sort of weird that they didn't have the, if it's true they didn't have it, the information from Libby's phone.
They're corrupt.
Yeah. No, it doesn't prove anything.
They have no evidence against this guy. They have nothing.
They don't? Okay, let me just say this.
No.
He's confessed to his wife and his mother.
Oh, and
he confessed to Oh, I see. So you believe the duress bullshit? You believe that?
Oh, no, it's obvious.
Well, no, it's not obvious because just prior.
If somebody,
if you're depending. Okay, here's what we're gonna have. We're gonna have a conversation, or I'm just gonna hang up the phone in your face. I'm gonna hang up the phone in your face if we don't have a conversation. 5, 4. I'm gonna continue my sentences, and I'll hang up on you.
Duress.
So here's the thing: is we've got the.
You're in prison. You're under duress.
Here's how it's gonna work. If you interrupt me again, I'm hanging the phone up on you. Okay? That's how it's gonna work. Yeah, so he was in the hospital or in the prison, and everything was fine. Like he was exercising, reading books, etc. Then he had a call with his wife and mom, and he confessed on there. And his wife was like, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!" And she hung up on him, and immediately called his attorneys. Then his attorneys the next day claim how crazy he is with this wild treatment going on. And then every one of you believe that story. And then as soon as he was evaluated just by looking at him. You mean after they told him to drool on a shirt? Yeah, that's great. He looks exactly the same in prison as he looked in the vehicle when his wife came by and took that little shot of him while he was sitting in there. Looks exactly the same. Looks like Gollum, as the guilt of the murders ate him away all those years. All right, so what else you got? Anything?
You ain't got no evidence. That's the whole thing.
And then there's also a bullet. Well, there's a ton of evidence. Then there's a bullet at the crime scene that it was a .40 caliber, which is one of the guns he owns, and
lots of .40 caliber.
Apparently the ejection marks match his gun. All right, so that's something you guys can.
They match every other gun like that too.
Well, they don't. That's why they're every other gun like it. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It matches every other gun just like it.
Yes, they do. They're made in the same goddamn factory from the same tool.
Right, but each thing has different, metal striations and so forth. So even the ejection marks are unique to each gun. All right, and then you also forgot the part where he said in his original interview with Dan Doolin that he got there from 1:30 to 3:30, and when he walked in. As he was coming in at 1:30, he passed 3 girls. Okay, then 3 girls were interviewed, and they said that they passed him when they were leaving. So it proves that Richard Allen lied when he was interviewed the second time in October of 2022 when he said that he got there at 12 and then left at 1:30. That's a proven lie. He changed it to be outside of the range he had before because he knew it was significant. Does that matter to you? Hello? All right, see you later. Yeah. Yeah. The guy, I think he already left. Anyways, thank you up there to Purdue RN and Bucolic Buffalo and Mike S. And thank you for 31 months, Brittany. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, he had to get the hell out of there. Yeah, so here you go. Go ahead, everybody. You've got this. You pro Rick Allen people. You've got it all nailed in. It's so obvious. It's just massive cover-up by the FBI, the Indiana State Police, the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. They're all in on it. They have all the Odinists are in the higher upper echelons, even employed 2 Odinists at the prison to... Wait, hold on. What do we got here? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Turn out the volume in the background. Turn out the volume in the background. Hello. Anybody there?
Hello.
Okay, if you're going to sound like this, I'm going to be hanging up the phone. Are you a normal human, or are you just going to be like, hello? What do you got? What do you got? Okay, bye. Yeah, all right. Who's next? These are the type of people that are pro Rick Allen. I call him Richard Allen because I'm not a buddy of his. You know, don't you hate all these idiots out there? Hey, Ricky, he seems like he... What? Give me a freaking break, huh? Come on, you Rick Allen lovers. Where are the phone calls? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give me the calls. Come, somebody call in with something logical to discuss, all right? Hey, by the way, while we're waiting for that, let me show you the... This is the video that I'm working on so far. This is my... I did one a long time ago, and everybody copied my idea of doing this. 3 different YouTubers copied. They're absolutely terrible, by the way. But so here we have at 12:47, the 3 girls down here, right? Then they walk this direction, and then right around the bench here, they get there, and then Rick Allen, in his black vehicle here, drives by right here. 2015. I can't remember what type of vehicle it was. But anyways, it comes around like this. And that's where the 3 girls are. You see them right? Well, you can't. Let me get to a different screen here. Let me get to this one. So there he is. He parks right there. Those 3 girls are at the bench area here. Then they start moving. They start walking this way. Then Richard Allen starts going down this path right here. This is exactly what he said. So this part is all verified by witnesses. Okay, right there. And then he passes the 3 girls. I just sped it up a little bit. He passes the 3 girls right there. And that's right around like 1:34. Takes about 10 minutes. So just kind of keep watching that. He walks down and he makes it all the way to platform 1. Okay? Then, just as he's walking there, this is when Betsy Blair, you can see her right up here in the red car, goes underneath the bridge as the 3 girls are crossing over it there. Goes underneath, and then she'll make her way around, and then parks her car right here at the parking area. So here it comes, just like this. Pulls in and parks the car. Then Betsy Blair will get out of the vehicle, and then she makes her way. She's there to exercise, everybody, so she's walking briskly. And she comes down. Now look at this. This is when Kelsey is driving by and drops off Abby and Libby as Betsy Blair is walking down. Now Abby and Libby get out, and they're not really hustling, so they're just taking pictures, walking, laughing, doing whatever they're doing. And Betsy Blair is making her way rather quickly down to the start of the bridge over here. So I'll speed it up a little bit. And so she gets to right as she gets right there, she sees Richard Allen standing on platform 1 because he said he was standing on platform 1. And then she turns around, and well, it's verified because he said he was standing on platform 1, and Betsy Blair saw him standing on platform 1. So he's still standing here because she walks this direction, and then guess who passes her? Abby and Libby. So as she's walking down like this, Abby and Libby are walking by, and they're making their way to the bridge. And again, they're not really walking fast. She's exercising and walking quickly. And then we go like, let's just speed it up. And let's say they're just about to get onto the bridge, but so that they're not scared or won't go on the bridge, he walks this way past them. And I believe he went back and maybe stood back in the woods back here a little bit and watched and waited. And we know that he didn't go anywhere else other than in this area because Betsy Blair is walking down the trail. This is how you can take a look at this. Betsy Blair is going down the trail, and she makes her way to the Freedom Bridge, I think, and then continues down, and she makes her way to her vehicle and pulls away and drives away, right? But here's the thing is she didn't see anybody else. That means Rick Allen wasn't walking like this. He wasn't walking anywhere in this area. That means he's definitely to the right of this path and obviously not even visible over here. So he is this person right here. Okay? And so let me rewind a little bit. So here is Rick Allen right here. It's kind of small for you guys, and there's the two girls. And then keep your eye up here. See how right now Rick Allen is following the girls across the bridge, catches up to him. Betsy Blair gets in her car and drives away right at the time the video is being taken of them. Now look at what it looks like here in the park. There isn't a soul. There is not another soul anywhere around when Richard Allen takes them down the hill. All right, takes them down the hill and then brings them across over here. And you know, there's a lot. I got other stuff to fill in because I'm going to put in, like I've always wanted to put like Cheyenne, especially now it's important because they mentioned that the cell phone picks up 3 other people. So at some point though, right here, this is Derek. He drives over and he's going to park his car at 315 right here. So isn't that crazy? Like Derek drives right there and his daughter's dead right down there. And then he's going to get out here. I haven't done this part yet, but after he pulls in, he gets out, he runs into the flannel shirt guy, then he walks down the path to, he doesn't go that way, he actually goes down the 505 trail, down here, doesn't see anybody, then comes back up, gets up here by 3:30, then he walks this direction, goes over to the Freedom Bridge, and then he's back over here probably by like 3:50 or so, and then at like 3:50, right, almost 4 o'clock, he starts calling his people to show up and start helping, which is amazing because at 3:57, that's when Sarah Carbaugh saw Richard Allen. So it's possible, if Richard Allen walked by right here, that Derek was sitting right in his car and perhaps didn't even notice him when he walked by. I mean, is that crazy or what? All right. All right, so where are the... Hey, thank you, Kathleen Canick. I am rational and sober. And Plato, come on, rational and sober callers. Where are they? Call in Rick Allen supporters. And I'm saying Rick because that's what you guys call him, because you guys are best friends. His wife said he's not guilty, therefore he isn't. That's amazing. Let's see. Come on, call in. Oh, there's one. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hello. Oh, are you the same caller again?
Hi. Sorry, my phone.
Okay. All right, see you later. Let's see. Let me. All right. Next. Who's calling in? You guys are geniuses. Come on. Explain it away, everybody. Explain it away. It all makes sense. If we just hear the right, if you can just say it the right way, we'll all get it. Come on. No? No takers? Okay. Calling all Rick Allen supporters. Calling all Rick Allen supporters. Whoop! Whoop! Calling all Rick Allen supporters. Calling all Rick Allen supporters. Call in, call in, call in, call in. I guess it's not happening. I just want to hear this incredible information they've got. The exculpatory. See, they think that the Odinist stuff is exculpatory, as if it excludes Richard Allen. That's what that means. It doesn't. It doesn't exclude anything. I tell you what, though, everybody, if you can tell me, if you want to admit that Richard Allen is also an Odinist, I can go with a theory of that realm where he's part of the Odinist cult and he showed up there too. He was the one that had to take them to the crime scene, etc. But if you're not willing to go there, then that means you can't think rationally. I just peed a little. Oh, sorry, Cape Breton. Sorry about that. Come on, you guys. You guys are awesome. And I don't think it's amazing. I do think there's stuff that it bugs me that they the professor thing. Yeah, because here's probably how it went with the professor, right? Law enforcement determined that the Odinist crap had nothing to do with the case a long time ago and moved on. But then they realized that, oh crap, look at this defense team. They're making an issue with the Odinist crap. And so they're like, oh man, okay, yeah, the professor, he didn't have anything to say because they already determined those guys had nothing to do with it. You get it? So they're just not wanting to, because it had nothing to do with Richard Allen's case. Who cares that at one time you were looking at, there could have been somebody that worked at McDonald's that they looked at. And man, he was into Doom, the Legion of Doom, man. He was so into that. He was so into it. And we were looking at him, Oh, no, he had nothing to do with it. But you still want to have that part of your probable cause document? I mean, I think that's hilarious that they want in the probable cause document. See, what they were doing recently is they're trying to show all these other times where the prosecution in their mind wasn't ingenuous, being genuine, right? So they weren't being genuine, that they didn't want to, they wanted to imply that that's what where their heart was when they said that Sarah Carbaugh said muddy and bloody, but back in 2017, you notice how the defense keeps saying that part? That back in 2017 they said something, but they didn't probably do the updates that maybe over the years when she really sat around and thought about it, like, maybe, God, now that I think, who knows? I mean, but yeah, sure, the 2017 recollection right at the time, the defense could argue is more valid, but maybe the defense team, the witnesses over time had better insight. They thought of something differently. Just like Betsy Blair. The thing is with Betsy Blair is that the person on the bridge is Richard Allen. I've proven that in the videos that I've been making. It is Richard Allen. There's no way it can be somebody else unless you believe in Fantasyland kind of weird stuff, The three girls that were there, well, if we scroll back, look at this. They're basically acting as clearing the area. See this? They're walking. See that? That's at 12:43 or 7. I can't remember the exact time right at this second. But they're walking like this, and they don't see anybody. They don't see anybody still. And Richard Allen says that he walked from the old building to the Freedom Bridge. That means he came in like this, right? And these girls didn't see anybody until he came in and passed them right here. And then Betsy Blair serves as another person who is clearing the area. So there it is. There's Richard Allen. He says he walked straight to the bridge and he was looking at fish. And then Betsy Blair gets there. And given the timing, he could not have passed her without her seeing him, right? So Betsy Blair is also acting as clearing the sight of an individual, and that's Richard Allen. So she's walking, she doesn't see anybody, Oh, there, oh, look, there's a guy at the beginning of the bridge. Then she passes Abby and Libby, and Abby and Libby therefore have to run into Richard Allen right there. Then Betsy Blair is clearing the area again. What am I looking at? Clearing the area again. See that? And then doesn't see anybody on that whole walk and then leaves. Then other people who got there at like 3 o'clock, 3:15, they didn't see anybody either. Oh, there's no number. Okay. Let me get the number on there. Just type that in. If you're going to type look at, type in that you don't see the number. It doesn't help just to type in look at. Let's see. No, I don't believe you, Canadian girl. Sorry. Anyways, go ahead. Who else is calling in? All we get is trolls most of the time on here, so I don't believe that. I know that's what you guys want to try to make it sound like. I mean, he hung up first on here, so. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, no, can't get that one. Now they have to call in. There you go, everybody. There's the number. Come on, you Rick Allen lovers. Trying to free a killer. You know how they always say to us stuff like, man, you guys are trying to convict an innocent man. What? How do you know he's innocent? I mean, are you kidding me? The information that's out there points to him. Okay? Well, we don't know he has an affiliation with the landowner, E.G. Moore. That's what you're claiming. We don't know if he had an affiliation with Ron Logan. I think he's just been out there multiple times, walking around, planning, plotting. You know, he's probably waited, if he's a lone killer and he has nothing to do with Keegan Kline, etc., then I think he had been out there many, many times and plotted and planned and went out there many times hunting for a victim, and finally people fell into his trap. I just think that the odds of him, it feels like there's something connected with his daughter regarding Richard Allen. I don't have 100% facts on that. I just saw that, the picture of her laying on the bed with the tie-dye shirt on of, one of Libby's memorial shirts, and then also her on the bridge, that photograph. It just seemed kind of weird. So there could be some kind of connection to that. And then the victim looks similar. Like Libby looks very similar. There's two victims, but she seems to be the focus. Rest in peace. Yeah, it's crazy. That's right. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody connect Richard Allen to Ron Logan whatsoever. He never stopped. And remember, a lot of these guys, see, here's what's funny. It's like anybody but Richard Allen, okay? So you got people like Snay, other people out there that are really into it being Ron Logan, but then they're like, well, maybe these Odinist guys, but it can't be Richard Allen, okay? Richard Allen, it just definitely can't be him. The guy that confessed, said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, was wearing exactly the same clothing. Yes, there are other people that have similar type of clothing, but were they near and on the bridge that day exactly when he said he was? I don't think so. I think most people are probably working that time of day. You want to try maybe calling in and telling Gray about me, please? I don't even know what you're saying. I agree. I always think Keegan is involved with that pedo ring. Richard Allen's cheerleaders would still be bitching and whining. Are you the one that called in, Chris? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, well, the first time you wouldn't reply after I said hello, hello, hello. It was dead, right? And we get trolls that call in all the time to do the same kind of thing. So I don't know, man. Maybe we're a regular person. I don't know. Don't have time for it, I can tell you that. Yeah. But the, let's see. I'm going to have to look something up for a second. Man, it's amazing how these pro Rick Allen people have nothing to say anywhere that isn't sort of like when for example, on Greeno's show, Rick Snay went on there, and it was just so lame because there was no debate. It was just some stupid, just like, yeah, wow, that makes sense. Snay, boy, I want to be your friend. Maybe you can get me some subs. I mean, it was just disgusting. God, what an embarrassment. Let's see. Phone app, tap, 3 buttons. I got to figure something out now. Hit the 3 buttons. Call history, setting. Oh. And what was that number? It was like 409 or something, right? There it is. All right, Chris Owens, feel free to call in. Go ahead. But just let's get moving on what you're talking about. I don't care, Chris Owens. Just call in, okay? You're unblocked now, okay? We don't need to keep rehashing it. We're just let's see. We got one here. Okay, 765. You're on.
Hey, I'm.
Hello.
I guess I'm calling. In a sense, I guess I'm calling to defend Rick. Richard.
Okay. Yeah, your buddy Rick.
Just a little.
Yeah. Okay. So what is
just
the?
Just a little. He's not my buddy.
Well, you keep calling, but all you guys call him Rick over and over again, like you went to school together and you're friends.
I call him Richard Allen.
Okay, good. All right. So what's the defense?
Well, I don't live far from Delphi. I live in Lafayette, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
So, things. People just have talked about this, of course, since it happened. The trail. There's so many things that makes me doubt. Not that the cops knowingly arrested the wrong person. I think they know they did. I just think they're playing dumb.
Yeah.
Okay, because that trail, I'm not trying to bash the parents, but really they shouldn't have been on that trail.
Okay, but it's the most ludicrous statement to ever make. It doesn't matter if they're. I know, but it doesn't matter that they shouldn't be on it. You believe they shouldn't have been on that trail. Kids go there all the time.
Okay, just let me skip that. But that trail is it's sort of isolated. All right.
Yeah, not really. There's houses all over the place.
Well, it sort of is, but he called in that day and said, just like I would do, hopefully you would do, they wanted anybody that was in the area to call. He did. God. He said, hey, hello, I was in the area. I was around that trail. I didn't see anything or anything suspicious, but, you got any questions, here I am. What killer does that? Maybe there's some out there.
Well, no. Here's what I got an answer for that one.
Well, listen.
But we're not gonna. I'm gonna pause there because I have something to say about that before we get on to something else. Nobody. Okay. The thing is, nobody's ignored that. That's what killers do all the time. Believe it or not, they try to insert themselves into the case. This is what happened. This is what I believe happened. He saw the 3 girls there. He knows what happened, and that Abby and Libby were dead. So he wanted to get ahead of it. So he calls the tip line. and said, hey, yeah, I was out there from 1:30 to 3:30 because some girls saw him. Now, if he did this after the photograph, because the image of the guy on the bridge was released 2 or 3 days after the murder. So he may have called then when he saw his face and went, oh my God, I'm toast, man. This is, oh God, holy crap. So he calls in. He's thinking, they're going to get me. And Dan Doolin interviews him, and he's there from 1:30 to 3:30. He saw 3 girls. Thank God he mentioned that. Then they contacted the 3 girls later, and they said they passed somebody later on when they were interviewed. And they had various things, but he was just trying to get ahead of it. Don't you see that as an absolute tactic? Like, oh my God, 3 girls saw me.
Could be,
and I saw my picture.
It doesn't happen every day that they insert themselves,
Well, they show up at search
time.
parties. They show up to memorial services. They often try to can't pretend that they're helping and try to, like, where are you guys at in the investigation kind of information they try to get. And he sat around for 5 years wasting away. Do you know? You ever notice how he looked in 2017? How he looked sort of healthy, hiking, just looked like a normal dude. And then by the time later on, right before he got arrested, those videos where he's sitting in his car playing pool, he looks like he's withered away those 5 years. Okay, so what was your next point?
I thought he didn't really lose that as much weight until they arrested him and put him in jail.
Here's
what it is, like, there was so much pressure on them, though. All that time went by. Did they not have any questions for this guy? Here's what gets me. You may totally be 100% right. They had no questions for him? They never bring him in for questioning?
Well, that's what the frustrating thing is for everybody, is it seems like it's one of these tips or whatever, an interview that they got that never made it.
They got the guy. God, if
it never made it into the system.
I hope you're right, and they have him.
Well, I was right in the middle of the sentence. Hello. I was right in the middle of a sentence. So they just never made it into their system to be able to later on find it easily. I mean, it sucks how it worked, but apparently they go back and went, whoa, we interviewed this guy. That's what happened. All right. All right, go ahead. It's your turn.
The investigators there, to me, can go to hell. Because if it's him, okay, like I said, I don't hope it's him if it's not. I'm saying I hope they do have the guy and we don't have to worry about him anymore. But I have too many doubts about it. There's incredible amount of pressure.
What's the other doubt? No, but here's the thing: is they find the tip and they're like, holy crap! They're probably
weird that.
Okay, but how come every time I'm in the middle of a sentence, you start interrupting me? It's weird.
I'm so sorry.
It seems like is that like a habit of yours? It's unbelievable. But anyways, I don't even know what the hell I was saying now. Go ahead. Jesus, it's like frustrating as hell.
Sorry. Well, I know it is, and the whole thing is frustrating. The whole case is. There's a lot of pressure on them, I think, and I hope this is just me. Like I said, I hope they have the guy. Mm-hmm. I don't wish,
Well, I think they have the guy. I think the prosecution's been really excited about going to trial. The defense keeps delaying things, but Richard Allen, they keep saying that the prosecution's delaying things because they're having the hearings on the contempt charges and so forth, but they've been ready to go for a long time. They've been ready to go to trial for forever. It's the defense who, as soon as they had a speedy trial set up, just started hammering out with about 1 million different motions and all these different things, just trying to muck it up and slow things down again because they know their guy is the person. That is why they are trying their damnedest to keep going after the Frank's motion so that they can get the search warrant information thrown out. That's why they're doing it over and over and over again. They know that what was found in the search warrant is absolutely devastating, and they haven't shared it with all you YouTubers and buddies of Richard Allen out there because they don't want to tell you that part. They want to tell you the other stuff. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not pro Richard Allen. I'm just saying I'm not really a big fan of the way they handled it. Okay. We would like to know a little more as to all this time went by, he never heard from the police again. They put him in handcuffs. It's just strange that they never brought him in. And that's what makes me think, I mean, with the pressure on and everything else, to arrest someone.
Okay, but let me ask you this, though, since they
can't possibly
No, but if they had this
information,
but you're admitting that they did talk to him, like Dan Doolin did talk to him. So why do you think they didn't bring him in? I mean, the guy that was there from 1:30 to 3:30, don't you think if they had seen that, they would have went, whoa! Like if anybody in a higher level would have seen that. Like this Dan Doolin guy was just taking notes. I'm upset with Dan Doolin that he didn't, over the years, because he was even at the press conference, the one after he interviewed Richard Allen, he didn't say something later like, wow, this one guy I talked to, he said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. That's weird. Maybe you guys should go talk to that guy. Instead, whatever tip that was, he probably thought, because he put it into their system, that somebody went and interviewed him, and he didn't think to double check. He just figured that somebody would go follow up, ask him questions, and over the years he just figured they had done that and cleared that person. All he had to do though was say, "Did you guys ever look at that Richard Allen guy though that I interviewed?" That's how it would have been.
No, but that's dropping the ball to me. You know what I mean?
Okay, but that's irrelevant, right? Like it's irrelevant. It doesn't mean, well, you dropped the ball earlier, so Richard Allen should go free. I mean, what does it matter?
Yeah.
Like you're more like angry at like it should have been solved sooner. But what? I mean, what makes you think he's innocent?
If they have anything on him, though, to me, it's like I feel like they arrested someone because of pressure. I hope you're right, though, because I like your show. I think you're pretty good at discerning things.
Well, thanks. But I mean,
so,
yeah, I mean,
I'm going to take.
Okay.
I take everything in, and and I hope you're right. I hope they got the person.
Yeah, well, I know they have the right person. How about that? I feel 100% certain that if Richard Allen says he got there at 1:30 to 3:30, like you said originally, and then he changed it to 12 to 1:30 in October of 2022, because now he's lying. It's a verified lie, because, like I said before, the three girls, they have a verified photograph at 1:26 at a bench, and then leave, and then pass him. And he admits to seeing them when he got there too. So that means he got there at 1:30. Now, if you want to believe that there's another set of three girls out there that at noon passed the real Richard Allen in the exact same spot that the other three girls passed the fake Richard Allen, then you go ahead. And those people never came forward.
All right.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, right? So that's
another thing,
reasonable.
When they arrested him, like the first thing he asked is like, I don't even know how I'm going to get a lawyer and pay for this. His concern was about the money and his family and financial thing. And I didn't think most killers did that either. They're like, oh, darn, how am I going to pay for this? That was another thing I guess that threw me off just a little bit too.
You mean that he wanted to have the court? What do you mean? I don't get it.
Oh, well, when they arrested him, he sort of, I don't know if dumbfounded's the word, or he's like, I don't even know what I'm going to do, or I don't know how I'm going to even pay for this, and was more concerned about his family, and he doesn't even.
Yeah, but that's so common, especially for these types of killers, the ones that are, trying, did something like that. Remember that one, I can't remember his name, but the colonel or whatever from, I think in Canada, he was like a serial killer. He cared about that. So did Israel Keys cared about that. I mean, they all think about stuff like that. It's not, they didn't think they were going to get caught. They were living free. Everything was great. And their family had no idea. And now they know, oh, wow, look at all, it's so horrible. They're not going to be able to support themselves. And I could see them feeling that way,
Yeah, I just thought it was, murdering
and
girls,
his attorneys are
that
free.
Would be the first thing on your mind is the money.
Well, he's got court-appointed attorneys, so it doesn't cost him a nickel. So.
Well, I'm not necessarily. I just want the killer to be caught. I don't want them to mess this up. They kept everything you know, they wouldn't release anything to the public, and they're still pretty closed about it.
I also think it should be free now, because it should be pro bono, right? I mean, they said, oh, we'll do it for free, so the state shouldn't even have to pay.
I can't figure that out.
The state shouldn't even have to pay for his attorneys.
Yeah, if you got the right guy, hey, let us know everything. Open it up now. Let us see everything. Let's talk about the evidence you have. And
well, no, they got to have a trial. They have to have a trial. But anyways, all right. Well, hey, thank you for calling. What's your name again?
Lucy.
Lucy. Well, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, Lucy Boyd.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I like your show. I like your, to me, you discern things pretty well. So I recently just started watching your show because of Madeline.
Okay. I got to get this other call, though. Hey, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, man.
Okay, have a good one. Bye-bye. All right, here we go. Looks like this might be Chris again.
Hey, thanks for letting me call in again. I just want to say that, yeah, I do believe Richard Allen is guilty, but I don't think he acted alone.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can go with something like that, but these people that think Richard Allen is innocent are pretty much are crazy people, you know?
Yeah, you'd agree with me that he didn't act alone, but not that he's innocent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so you're thinking maybe there was somebody at like he brought some people over to the crime scene, and they were there. So maybe there's a way that we can all,
I think Keegan Klein told Richard Allen that Libby was going to be on the trail.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that a million times on my show. You probably got it from there, but yeah, I thought I've always thought that there's got to be a reason. I mean, to me, it's crazy that he was in a hurry to get to the bridge, and then he gets there right when Abby and Libby show up, and there's a catfishing account that had just communicated with them. And perhaps Richard Allen had some kind of connection to the Dropbox where they would put things like, hey, I got a couple of them, they're going to be showing up and maybe he got wind of that, but there's no technical, digital way to connect them, and he got out there. Because it just seems so, so the thing is, if it is like Libby was a proxy for his daughter somehow, let's just throw that out there as a theory, then what were the odds that he goes out there and there she is? It almost seems like he knew that she was going to be there. That's why he was hustling to get to them, right? Mm-hmm. But we don't know. I mean, I was told that they can't find a connection between Richard Allen and the Kleins.
I have heard that Libby has been on the trails before, and Richard Allen too. So is it possible Richard Allen saw Libby before and he looked just like his daughter and he developed some kind of twisted affection for her?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible. But he was just pure luck waiting for her to show up there that day again, or?
Well, no, I disagree with that, pure luck, because remember those three girls said that he was walking with a purpose.
Yeah, I just said that.
He was walking like he was on a mission.
Yep, I just said that a second ago. He was in a hurry to get there. But here's the thing. One of the things that does give some weight to it being coincidental, like he just happened to be there and they fell into a trap, was how amazing it was how there wasn't another soul around at that particular time. That's pure luck. It's pure luck that there was nobody walking across the bridge that was on the other side already. It's pure luck that there weren't other people just standing around by the bridge. It's absolutely pure luck. So it's almost as if he waited and waited and waited and went, oh, good, here they are. They're on the trap. They're halfway across the bridge. And then he goes across and nobody sees him. Now, had somebody shown up, I've always said if somebody had shown up on the bridge, even on the far end, that would have been on the beginning of the bridge, or on the southeast end of the bridge, he would have just walked right on by and pretended he was just doing something else. But there wasn't anybody. He forced them down the hill, But that element, so if it was planned, like he was on with Keegan Klein, he goes on to Keegan Klein's Dropbox and he knows that they're showing up, it's still pure luck that when they got there, that makes it even more lucky. It's like he's there just for them, and oh my God, look how everything opened up right when they were there. Or is it that he was waiting on the bridge for somebody to go out there that could be a potential victim? Now you almost wonder about Betsy Blair. If Betsy Blair had said, "Oh, I'm going to walk across the bridge," was she going to be a victim that day? See, there you go.
But another reason why I think Libby was targeted, though, is because there were other girls on trails that day besides Libby and Abby, though.
Right. Well, I know, but we know that part. The 3 girls that he passed, they weren't in a position though where he could abduct them. You're not going to abduct somebody right by the Freedom Bridge where you're going to have to walk all the way down the trail and take them somewhere or whatever. I mean, it's just people everywhere. You're not going to. There's nowhere to do it. There's no trap at the Freedom Bridge, okay? So he has to make sure he's down near the bridge or somewhere, at least where the parking area is, because I think if somebody had gone down the 505 trail, he may have followed them down there. But you are the only other person would have been Betsy Blair, but she was on the wrong side of him and turned around and walked the other way.
Is it also possible that if he was familiar with the trails, he knew exactly where to take the girls, so where nobody would be able to see or hear them?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think he seemed to know to take them down the hill. One of the things I always thought a long time ago was that the place that he was going to take them was right back here in this little. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like you come down the hill here and then right back in here, and then maybe the girls made a run for it, but I don't know. I kind of just think he marched them down and had them cross over here. You got a lot of YouTubers and people out there that like to sensationalize the case and say they tried to climb up this really steep bank right over here, but just down the stream here, you can literally just walk out on a smooth incline around like this. So there's no reason. And there's an island in the river that goes downstream further where you just come out, and this is where the crime scene is. Nobody climbed up I don't believe anyways, that they were forced to climb up like a 6-foot cliff. Okay.
Oh yeah, I see that. So do you think that's far enough away for anybody to be able to hear 2 little girls screaming and crying?
Well, here's the thing, is I did research a while back, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I didn't really think about it till then, but the wind on that day was blowing, I think it was like, I don't know if I remember it, like 7 miles an hour, directly from the bridge to the crime scene, literally at the exact same angle. So that means Richard Allen at the crime scene would be able to hear anybody on the bridge really easily. Like the audio, anybody saying, hey, the wind would blow the audio and the trees aren't really that thick. But anybody screaming or yelling at the crime scene, nobody would hear a damn thing on the bridge because the wind's blowing in that direction. I always thought it was weird that wind affects sound, but it does. I know that just from golfing. Somebody into the wind, like 50 feet away, can't hear a damn thing that you're saying. It's strange.
If he ordered them to be quiet with that gun, though, then is it possible that they didn't scream at all if he threatened them with the gun?
Yeah, I mean, I've never thought there was any screaming myself. I think that they were forced down the hill. I think they were absolutely in shock, just hearts beating really fast. They're not really like, what's going on? And he's got the gun on him. They're not screaming. He says, you scream, obviously, and he brings them across over there, and whatever he did over there. However he killed them.
I've heard that there was more audio besides guys down the hill, but I haven't been able to find out what. Would you happen to know?
Yeah, there is different audio. It's there's stuff like the girls are talking about which way to go. Abby says he's got a gun. when the guy says, hey, you know, when the guy says, guys, Libby says, hey, back, you know, and then he walks by, and then, you know, they're like, hey, you know, there's like, where are we going to go? And then there's he's got a gun, is that a gun? There's that click sound, and he says, down the hill, like that.
Ooh. Okay, any idea where I can find any of this? Because I
just know because I've communicated with people. Well, one person in particular who is friends with one of the people who got to actually watch the video because they wanted to know what they were saying. They brought in family members and said, "Hey, what were they saying? You know, can you tell us what they're try to determine what they're saying here because they know their voices better, right?" So, and that person described it to somebody who explained it to me. So it's like a one generation telephone game.
Does this person have any social media? Because I think I'd be interested in trying to speak with them.
Well, I wouldn't. You know, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna give you that. Have them bug you. I'm sure those people now. This was way early on. They probably don't want to be bugged. Maybe they're part of the trial, or I don't know. I've read. I've had shows where I've read the text messages though that we communicated with.
Okay, what did you remember? What shows? I'd like to be able to see those texts, if that's possible, at least.
I don't remember. I've had so many shows going over them.
Well, did you happen to take a photo or a screenshot of the text, though, or anything?
Yeah, I've got all of them. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do a show coming up. We'll go over it again.
Oh, you can't maybe show us the text so I can maybe take a screenshot of it or something?
I don't know. Well, you seem like you're so interested in having the screenshots. How come?
Because like I said, it's so hard for me to be able to find the rest of that audio anywhere besides guys down here.
But I just kind of I know, but I just explained to you what's on there. You know, I just said it.
Yeah, I know, but my memory is not always great, and I think it would be pretty interesting to be able to see what they said as well.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe I'll do maybe I'll go over that at some point later, maybe.
Okay. Also, the PCA said that Richard Allen is behind Libby on the bridge. Behind Abby on the bridge in Libby's video, but the thing is, I've seen that clip.
Well, you haven't seen
Abby
the clip. You've seen the. I know you've only seen the part that they cropped out. I've explained it like literally 1,000. You must not watch my show very much, but I've explained it 1,000 times that the clip that we're seeing of the bridge guy is a really small portion of a larger video. I've even shown video on my show where we have somebody standing exactly where Libby was standing, filming a person walking exactly where the bridge guy is, and then you'd have to zoom in and crop it out, and Abby was just off to the left, and in two of the frames, you can see part of Abby's, like, something comes into the screen and goes away. So she's still on the screen, she's still in the video, they cropped her out, and then she gets behind Libby, and then he keeps coming, and that's why you hear him talking about, hey, you know, which way to go, where can we go? And then he comes by and says, hey, or, you know, guys, and then Libby says, hey, and then Abby at one point says, he's got a gun, and then he orders him down the hill.
Where can I find that clip?
It's not going to show that. I just explained to you that it actually mentions that in one of the documents that has been put out lately, that she said that one of the girls said he's got a gun. Okay, it's Abby who says that, and you know, it's just it is what it is.
I know that I'm talking about. I got confused. Sorry.
It's all right. Okay, you got anything else, or?
So, yeah, Yes. So do you think that anybody else was involved with Richard, along with Richard Allen? Like,
I don't see any. Don't put any. Well, I wouldn't put any names on there. I don't want to mention any of the guys that the Odin wackos think are involved. But I don't. Is there any connection? Can anybody find me a connection between Richard Allen and those people? And the thing is they can't. So the Richard Allen fan club, they say that Richard Allen has nothing to do with it because they can't find a connection to the Odinists or Ron Logan. So they immediately just discount him because they. I don't even know, man. It's pure insanity. But there's no evidence whatsoever that there was anybody else with Richard Allen. If there was somebody, it wouldn't be shocking to me. There's just no evidence. Nothing has pointed to there being somebody else at the crime scene, despite the Odin document saying, one man acting alone with dexterity over and over and over again to make something really mundane seem difficult. It was ridiculous. Okay.
I think they might have also found something or some things that connected him to the murders at his residence or in his vehicle. If so, maybe we might finally see it during the trial.
Yeah, maybe, because here's the thing, is the defense team is never going to share any of the really, really damning information against Richard Allen. They're just going to do the smoke and mirrors stuff. So all the defense-loving people out there are only hearing all these little claims by the defense of this and that and the other thing. But they're sure as hell not going to tell you the stuff that's really out there that they're trying to hide from the probable cause document. If the bullet casing was all it was, they wouldn't be trying so hard because they can just get there, or not the casing, the full bullet itself that was ejected. They wouldn't be trying so hard because, man, they could just get an expert on there and give some reasonable doubt how it could be somebody else's bullet, etc. All right? It's just one of these things that they're trying to put out only information that can get a fan club, and boy, has it worked. Yeah.
So do you think it's possible that Richard Allen did lure Libby to the trails all by himself? Would he be smart enough to do that because he was a pharmacy technician?
Yeah, that's like saying, I'm a paralegal. It doesn't really make you a genius, all right? I'm not saying paralegals aren't geniuses, but it's not the same as being a lawyer, right? Yeah, so he works as a pharmacy tech. What that means is he can use a register and hand people the medicine that some pharmacist filled for them. Okay, and then say, hey, he needs a consult, everybody. Yeah, he doesn't know anything. Richard Allen's a dum-dum. He's a dumb person. Okay, and so that's why he was shocked that he survived all those years with nobody coming towards him, or nobody asking him anything.
I do wonder why they decided that they wanted Libby dead. Maybe Keegan Kline or Richard Allen developed an infatuation for her and she didn't reciprocate, or she knew secrets about them and wanted to keep her quiet.
I don't know when you say keep somebody quiet. I don't know about that. I don't even know what you're saying there. But yeah, I think it's possible that Richard Allen had some sort of connection to the Dropbox account that Keegan Kline was communicating with Abby and Libby, and somehow he knew that they were going to be at the bridge that day through that, but there's no digital connection, so there's no way to prove that there's a connection.
Oh, so
I think it's possible.
You don't agree with me that maybe one of them developed a sick obsession with Libby?
Well, maybe Richard Allen did, because maybe he was seeing that. Oh yeah, that's exactly the type that I don't think Keegan Kline did. I don't think he had a sick infatuation. I think Keegan Kline seems like somebody that would just troll as many different girls as he possibly could to get as many images and whatever to fill up his little reservoir of CSAM material to be able to share with other people. That's what it seemed like. That's
another thing, though. Is you see, okay, I think that Keegan Klein told told Richard Allen about Libby being on the trail that day, so that Richard Allen could kill her. But why would Keegan Klein want Libby dead?
I don't know. I think he just, Richard Allen just did what he wanted to do once he found out that they were coming. I don't think Keegan Klein wanted somebody dead. Yeah, I don't think there was any, like, that's like a conspiracy type thing at that point. You're getting too far ahead there. I think it was just, Richard Allen had that's the type of person he wanted to be with, and he went there, and whether or not the murders were something he planned on or not, I don't know, but he did have a gun, apparently. Obviously he had a gun with him. He seemed like he had other stuff inside that jacket.
Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. He had weapons with him. He was intending on killing Libby.
Well, that doesn't mean that. Well, he didn't. Well, no, but you said he had a weapon. He did have a knife, obviously, and something else, but he didn't use the gun. So, it could be that he wanted to go there just to assault them, and he was going to leave. Maybe he was going to cover his face or something, then leave. But something else happened, things got out of control, and he ended up killing him, and then he started to try to cover them, but then he heard voices on the bridge around 3:20, and he was like, I gotta get the hell out of here, right in the middle of building some sort of a covering where you could put leaves on top of them and stuff. But anyways, I want to open up the lines for other people to call in. Is that cool?
Yeah, just one more little tiny thing, I promise, and then you can open up the line, I promise.
Okay, we just seem like we're repeating ourselves. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so then you believe that Keegan Klein might have told Richard Allen about Libby being on the show that day, so Richard Allen could maybe scare her or even assault her, maybe, but not kill her. Would that be accurate?
No, I don't think that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Bye.
Right.
What do you make of the David Erskine text?
Some of them seem pretty. It seemed somewhat accurate, but we don't know what he was really seeing. He said he saw these little holes, but maybe those were something else, or I don't know. I think he was there, so I think it was pretty accurate. But some of it turns out it's not accurate.
I'm not sure about the one where he said Abby survived until the next day, though.
Well, what's interesting is the defense said something like that in their Frank's memorandum. They mentioned that she lived a lot longer, and the image that I've seen, the one with Abby's, she's got her hands up where, when you're cold, you kind of put your fists kind of up under your chin, sort of, and then her hands are wrapped up inside the sleeves. So there's like the long sleeves, and then she grabs that and she curls them up in there like she's cold. So that means when that sweatshirt of Libby was on her, she was cold, still live at that point. So I don't know how long that was or anything. Nobody really knows like how long she survived, or it's kind of sad that she survived.
But both of their necks were slashed, though, so I assume Abby would have bled out. Maybe not as fast as Libby, but pretty quick.
Huh? I didn't understand what you said.
You bleed out pretty quick if your neck is slashed, don't you?
Yeah, but it might not have been the same. It wasn't the same as Libby, I don't think. Becky's gone out and said that that Libby had to have a scarf at the funeral, but Abby didn't. Okay, so there might be a difference there. So, anyways, I got to get going here. We got other callers calling in. Thank you for calling in.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Gray. Nice speaking with you.
You too. Bye-bye. I don't know who that was that just called in. I mean, it was Chris that just called in, but somebody just called in while he was on. You can try calling again. But come on, you guys. This is my channel here. On this channel, the freaks help support the channel on a nightly basis. We are just absolutely in the lol city again with 449 people watching. Please help try to make the goals that we have. Thank you. All right. Hello, who's this? 7 something.
Hey, Ray, it's Philip.
Philip, what's going on?
I want to say, don't you think it's kind of strange that Rick Allen doesn't have any kind of criminal past?
No.
He doesn't even have a speeding ticket.
Wow, that sounds like somebody trying to avoid law. Interesting. Wait, thanks for pointing that out.
Hey, by the... Oh.
That was all you got? Oh, jeez. Man, that was... that was it. But yes, you guys, this channel relies on the support of people watching the channel on a nightly basis. It allows me to make an income on the channel, and I also give away a ton of the money at the end of each month and during the month. We've already given $2,000 away, but we can't give a nickel away if we have days like this right here. All right, we've already been on here for 1 hour and 21 minutes, and we are at $58. All right. So who's calling in to defend good old Richard Allen? He didn't like my answer when I said, no, that doesn't surprise me at all that he has nothing. Not even a speeding ticket. Wow, sounds like that's actually kind of weird. It's like he's trying to avoid law enforcement. He probably drives right at the speed limit. Thank you, Alley Cake. Somebody heard what I said. Thank you. Yeah, we weren't really talking about Stephen Stearns, but yeah. Hey, thanks, Karina L. I wouldn't know it, though. I wouldn't know it. Yeah, well, where are all the Richard Allen supporters? Come on, you guys are so awesome. You're always out there. You know, you podcasters, that you're just so sure telling your people that the 2 attorneys, Rosie and Baldwin, are going to be arrested in the hearing. I mean, you guys sound like absolute lunatics. I know, nobody hears me anymore when I say, hey everybody, I need you guys' support on the channel to keep doing what we're doing. It just falls on deaf ears these days. Hey there, somebody heard me. You're Gypsy. Thank you very much. Let's see. So where are we going to get the... I mean, I'm telling you, there's people in the chat that say Richard Allen's innocent, but... Why don't you call in? You think he's innocent, but... Okay? Now, that doesn't make sense. You can't say somebody's innocent with a but at the end. All right? That means you think that reverses what you said prior to it. Yeah, obviously a lot of criminals don't have any priors, right? It's like 71 degrees outside today. It's crazy. It's 5/18 is the date of the hearing on, you know, regarding the 2 attorneys. Thanks, Mayflowers. Honestly, you never know there's evil lurking around the corner. Yeah, Richard Allen. Yeah, you got it. I wonder what they found in his house. We got, I don't know what that means, serial boomer. I got to write a little bit better than that. Let's see, what do we have? Serial boomer. Wow, man. Your guys are listening to one of the crazy, like a crazy person. Like, hey, let's have a conversation. Ugh. I don't know. Does that mean we're going to have to end the show? Or this is just another one of those lol freaking days with 460 people watching. Can't even get there. I know, it's just wild. It's wild, John Wolf. I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. The trial chat is fast. I thought that you are asking about trial. The trial chat. Nobody knows what that means. If you make one more comment like that makes no sense, I'm going to remove you. The quiet ones are the ones you watch out for. Yeah. And don't you think it's weird, everybody, that Richard Allen has no friends, really? Like, literally nobody out there whatsoever that's speaking for him, that comes forward and goes, man, Richard Allen, he's such a great guy. What you have is other YouTubers who got to know the wife, and now he's so awesome. He's this great dude. Where are all of his pool buddies coming forward to say, oh, you got the wrong guy. You got the wrong guy. Not a soul. Not a soul. Thanks, John Wolf and Kathleen Canick saying, let's do a wave. Who's joining in? But you notice up there that there hasn't been one, bona fide Richard Allen supporter calling in. Because they can't do it. They know that if you get with somebody that really knows the reality, that can rebut basically every single thing. Because the reason is, here's what I think is hilarious, is that people think that the probable cause document regarding Richard Allen should have included the, quote, exculpatory information about the Odinists. Why would you put that in there? It has nothing to do with it. It's a probable cause for Richard Allen. If you can name one time in your life that you've ever seen a probable cause document that started talking about other people that are unrelated to the person, and let me know, because it doesn't happen. It's really specific. It's about, so-and-so, they checked their clock at 2:25, they got off of work. We see them in a vehicle driving down the highway at this time. They pull into this area over here at this time. We see him on surveillance walk into a building over there where 3 people were killed, and we see him exit the building and get back into his car and leave, and he drives over here. By the way, there was 3 guys at McDonald's 2 years ago we looked into for this murder, but we just thought we'd mention that there. Oh, okay, yeah, that never happens. Hey, thanks, Amanda Hausauer. Amanda, no, Hausauer, right? That's how I say it. Amanda Hausauer. Little bit of recap on how that Odin thing came into play. Well, the Odin, in the Delphi case, the Odin information was stuff that people were sort of online chatting about when the case started. Oh, have you looked at this guy? Look at this guy. And law enforcement even looked into it. They had a few different people that were looking into it, and they were, talking to different individuals, and it never led anywhere. And the case just kind of floated around for years doing nothing. 2019 they had a press conference where they added a new sketch, and they talked about a vehicle, by the way, parked at the abandoned CPS building, and that would be right over, actually I gotta go like that, right over here. There's where the vehicle was parked, and they just wanted to know who the driver of the vehicle was. And they also showed a 2-second long video of the killer walking on the bridge. I'm just kind of going through the... And then way after that... well, I guess we'll have to get back to that because I got a caller. I kind of took the long route. Hello, who's this? Who's this? Who's calling in?
Hello.
Oh boy, who's this?
It's Carolyn Gray.
Carolyn? What's
Carolyn
that?
From
Carolyn.
England.
Oh, Carolyn. Yeah. Yep, okay.
You remember talking to me the other night?
Sort of. I mean, when you say the other night, how long ago was that?
A few days ago.
Oh, must have been on a different case then.
Yeah.
Okay, well, go ahead.
remember
Go ahead.
exactly what-
I don't have time to do this little dance we're doing here. What do you got?
I'm not exactly convinced that Richard Allen is guilty.
Have you been following the case
innocent.
very long, or?
Most of last year.
Oh, I see. I get it.
What concerns me most is that it doesn't seem as though the police have been doing things properly and losing evidence, and with all of the things coming up, and I don't think Judge Gull is doing right either, and also regarding things getting leaked, I know that the Clarks have leaked information before, and then they've had to email people saying, "Oh, this is now."
Let me ask you something. Where are you listening? Like, I bet you're listening to that other UK YouTuber that just started covering the case once the. I can just tell the information you have is just really biased, because you're not bringing up the fact that the defense, who, when they were told, hey, we're thinking of doing a gag order in this case, they go, oh, there's no need. The next day, boom, they came out with a press release giving out all this information. Then the prosecution said, okay, you know what, we're gonna put a gag order in place. Then to circumvent the gag order, and then during the next segment of time, they gave out a felon some information. So they made the gag order even more strict. But then to circumvent that, they put out all of this information that was covered in the gag order in a Frank's memorandum and sent it out and put it on a server and made sure all their little podcast buddies knew, so they could quickly download this information that had all this inside information that should not have been known by the public, and it gets put out there. And then, so they did it, and they go, oops, oh, we're sorry. Oh, yeah, that should have been gag order. Yeah. Then after that, it turns out crime scene photos are leaked to the public, and all of these things are leaked because they want to put out their Odin theory. The crime scene photographs that they put out show a branch on each of the girls and another one laying across, and they thought, ooh, yeah, this can do it. So they used Westerman to do it. They gave Westerman the Frank's memorandum that included those photographs with it. The public didn't get the photographs. He did, though. And then he gave those photographs to Robert Fortson, who then gave the photographs to Mark Cohen, who then distributed them to various YouTubers out there. Then the investigation led back to Baldwin's office, and to save the attorney's asses, Westerman said, oh, I went into their office and I took photographs of images. They had nothing to do with it. I guarantee you that that's not true, because why would he take pictures of photographs he already had got when he got the Frank's memorandum? He already had those photographs, so why would he need to go into Baldwin's office and take more photographs? Does that make any sense? No. So what you do is you take away the person behind it and just make it Westerman's fault, because if you tell the truth that Baldwin and Rosie actually conspired with Westerman to start disseminating through 3 different levels to get information out on the internet, then they'd be in trouble for it. Okay? So what do you think about that information? Does that bother you at all on their part? And then somebody killed themselves in the investigation? Yeah.
What does bother me is that because I'm English, you assume that I follow an English YouTuber, and I can't stand that person.
Okay, but they're absolutely saying everything that you just said. They say the same shit that you just said, so it has nothing to do with the fact.
No, but lots of other YouTubers are saying the same thing. I'm not saying that Ricky Allen's lawyers haven't done wrong, but I think there's things that's been done.
Okay, but what about what I just said? Can you make a comment on what I just told you? Doesn't that bother you extremely, how they tried to circumvent over and over again the gag order to get out their little Odin theory? They got that document out there that was just totally bogus, written by a 5-year-old. If you read that thing, it's just so childishly written. And then they put out the crime scene photos to try to augment what was said in the Odin document. Does that bother you at all?
It does.
Oh, okay, good.
But a lot of other things bother me as well.
Mm-hmm.
And also, the on the bridge guy video, the video where supposed Ricky Allen is walking.
Well, it's not
over the
supposed
bridge.
Richard Allen. It is Richard Allen.
And
It's 100%
the
Richard Allen.
voice that says down the hill, it looks as though the voice and the video are together, but there might actually be a space in between that. There might be
no, there aren't a few minutes. See, that just shows. See, that's what I'm saying. When unfortunately, people like you came in late following the case, and then you started following the conspiracy nutters. Okay. The video is only 40. You did. I can tell by what you're saying. Listen to me. It's a 43-second long video. All right? That's all it is. And the part where it says guys and down the hill is near the end. There is time between guys and down the hill. They just put them together so you could listen to them in order. All right? But he says guys, and then the girls, Libby says, hey, back. Then they're like, which way are we going to go and stuff like that. And then there's a click, and then Abby says, he's got a gun. Then he says, down the hill. Okay, those are things that are said. There's stuff in between. They're only letting us hear him. There isn't two different people. It's right after that, right after he said down the hill. It's at the end of the 43-second video, but a lot of the video is just dark because the phone is next to her body. Does that make sense? We've been going over this for years on this channel. I don't know how you don't know that part.
So what about the interviews that were lost, the recordings that were taped over? Don't you think that there's been things done wrong by the police themselves?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think some of the stuff, I think it mainly is because they ruled out all these people a long time ago, and they moved on. And then finally, oh, man, here we go. We got Richard Allen. And now you got people wanting to dig into the stuff regarding Odinism from years ago that they were like, oh my God, they're actually going to talk to that professor who said something. So I get that. I mean, I think it should just be open, and I don't like the part about, that you couldn't produce or remember who the professor was and all that kind of stuff. And then he actually said this, but I understand it because it has nothing to do with the case. They just know that, look at how all of you guys have reacted to this crazy Odinist theory. People actually believe it. It's insane. And they're like, oh God, we can't give them anything. Oh, Jesus. They get that professor, they give him a little bit of a nod. Oh, yes, it has to be Odinist runes. I think that professor just wanted to be famous and be a witness at a trial. I've seen the photographs. You can't say that looks like they're some rune script. And then he said something about being carved. There was no carving of anything. Okay, there was blood on a tree that looked like they claimed an F, but when you really look at it, it doesn't look like an F at all. And
it
then,
just like a smear.
What's that?
It just looked like a smear.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like somebody's hand maybe came down and made some, had blood on it or something. I don't know.
I mean, from the photographs I've seen, I've not really thought it was anything to do with Odinists. Although they're in the court documents and things, Odinist is mentioned. Yes, there are Odinists in the prison. And yes, the media will get hold of it and run with it. But Odinists over here, they do it just to play like kids, basically. They don't sort of take things seriously. And I've never met an Odinist that is a neo-Nazi either in England.
So what makes you then think, so let's just, the Odinist thing sounds it's absurd,
he's
right?
Innocent or guilty. I'm just against all the shenanigans and people playing dirty. The lawyers, the police.
Right.
They should do the job right.
I mean, I think we all agree. I think we all agree. I think everybody agrees with that. Like, man, it should be great, but you're dealing with the defense team that's been anything but. So it's like, how do you work with them in a reasonable, rational way? I think that they realize that their guy is absolutely toast with the information, that they're not actually sharing, that lawyer that came out the other one of his ex-lawyers, the one that took the spot for those few weeks in there, when he comes out and says, "Oh, he's innocent," and she goes, "Well, wouldn't you say that?" "Oh no, I never say that. This is one of the times I really do." Come on, Jesus. What's he gonna say?
They'll play that media blooming trash game, don't they? And I don't think McLeland's innocent either.
Innocent of what? What's he guilty of?
Game playing, dirty dealing, holding back evidence, not handing it over. They all do that, the bluff and the double bluff.
This probably happens in every single case. This one just seems like.
Well, yeah, but you know, they should play the game straight.
Yeah, but especially when you have dirtbag defense attorneys like these, in my opinion, of course, it's hard to play the way they want to, because you know that they're not going to play fairly with the information that you give them. They're going to turn it into something that's not true to try to sway the gullible people in society. And that's exactly what they've done here. Look at all the people believing this absolute nonsensical garbage. Richard Allen says he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. He changed it to 12 to 1:30 in October of 2022 because he knew now it's outside of the range where the girls and things started happening. All right? He was there, though, however. He got there at 1:30. And there is no doubt that he arrived at 1:30, because the three girls that were at the bench that took the photograph at 1:26, as they were leaving, they saw him coming in. Richard Allen himself admits to seeing those same three girls when he was walking in. Or he said he saw three girls as he was walking in and he passed them. So those two people corroborate each other. The only way you can believe that's not true is that when he got there at noon, he passed three other girls that saw him at exactly the same spot that the other three girls saw somebody else that looked just like him coming in at 1:30. And then you have to believe the other three girls that saw him at noon never got there. And then once you agree that yes, it was him getting there at 1:30 and he walked down the trail, it takes 10 minutes to get to the bridge. That would make it 1:44 about. Betsy Blair arrives at 1:47. Richard Allen, if he sprinted, might be able to pass and be past her going to the Freedom Bridge once she got out of her car, but that's just not likely, right? I mean, it's just ridiculous. So she got out of her car and she walks down the trail and she didn't pass him. In fact, when she got to the bridge, she sees the man, Richard Allen, standing on platform 1. And we know that was him because he himself admits to standing on platform 1 and that he walked from the Freedom Bridge to the bridge right when he got there. So when he would have got there at 1:44, he didn't pass her when she was walking, so therefore he's still standing there. He only would have had to have been standing there for about 5, 6, 7 minutes. She shows up, he's standing on platform 1, then she turns around, Betsy Blair does, and while she's walking out, Abby and Libby pass her. That means the next person Abby and Libby are going to see is Richard Allen. Okay? So I've proven that Richard Allen is the guy right there, circumstantially. There's no chance, unless you want to believe that he ran into the woods and some other person wearing his exact clothing showed up and stood there. So once you realize that that's him, and then you realize that it's him as the bridge guy in the video, because Betsy Blair continues to walk and then come back. She didn't pass him again on the trails. Nobody else saw the person that looks like Richard Allen again on the trail system. And so what that means is he is the person who followed them across the bridge and then had him go down the hill and across. He is the killer. Now, you might say he's not the killer, and maybe it's true that he's just the one that abducted them by saying down the hill, took them across, and somebody else was waiting over there and killed the girls. Okay? I guess that's a possibility. There's just no information pointing to that. But either way, it's felony murder for Richard Allen because he's the one that had the girls go down the hill. He admitted to being on the bridge. His description of himself matches exactly what the person was wearing. People think, wow, that's so dumb that he would do that. Well, the reason he did that was because he saw his picture of himself in the media, or at least he knew that he walked by the 3 girls that might have recognized him because he has a public job, and he wanted to get ahead of it and say, hey, I'm just trying to help. Yeah, everybody, I was out there. And he didn't say what he was wearing that time, though. He said what he was wearing in October of 2022. So anyways, what do you think of that? Doesn't that just absolutely lock him in? He has no chance of not being the guy on the bridge. Didn't you like that?
Well, I don't know what to say now then, Greg, because I've listened to this nearly every show that you have on about it, but
right, but once you hear that, but when you hear that on every episode that I explained to you, how does it ever make it so that you go, well, I don't know, man, I don't know. I mean, it locks him in as the bridge guy.
Questions, that's all.
No, but what's the question about him being do you agree that he's the bridge guy? Based on that information.
Was there, and I believe that he went over the bridge.
I mean, you believe he's the guy in the video with Abby and Libby?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, well, how could he not be, is what I'm asking you.
Yes, but after the video, I don't know, do I? And you don't know.
But we do know that he's the one that said, guys, he's the one that said down the hill, and law enforcement has told us that the person in the video is the person responsible for their murders. They've already said that. So they know all the rest. They know this is what they're picturing in their head. We just see the guy walking like that. They have the whole time. So you see him. He's only 60 feet away, 57, 60 feet away. As he's walking, we see it. Then the phone goes down. Then you hear him come by and say, guys. And then the crunching of his feet. And, he goes past them. And, Abby's feet also kind of crunch behind. And there's stuff like that. And you hear him say down the hill. I mean, it is that guy. There isn't another person in there. I mean, he's either that or he's buddies with the other person, right? Do you think he walked over there and the other person who said down the hill, he just went, oh, yeah, oh, Jesus. He never came forward, or he never tried to help them. He saw this guy pull out a gun and have the girls go down the hill, and he never said anything. That just doesn't make any sense.
There's a lot of things that don't make sense, but we'll find out at the trial, won't we?
Yeah, I already know the answers, though. I just explained it to you. It's
I know
there isn't really any other way. There isn't some other way to look at it. There isn't this other guy that said down the hill, and one of them said, guys, and then this other person said down the hill. They've even said that's not 2 different people. It's the same person. Over and over again. But anyways, all right. Well, hey, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. All right, who's next? I really don't know how to do this. But we're going to do it again, everybody. If you're out there and you can help support the Grant Hughes Investigates channel, we've been on there for almost 2 hours now. We're not even at a third of a normal night's goal. If you can help support the channel, that'd be great. We do a lot of great things. It helps me keep doing this, and we give a ton of it away. I know a lot of you aren't used to that, but that's what we do. All right? Absolutely getting killed 2 nights in a row. Well, we don't all have the same opinion about Judge. Apparently, most attorneys didn't either, because the smarter than us, but saw shade. Nobody knows what you're talking about, serial boomer. Man, you have some of the worst grammar that I've ever seen in chat. Every time I read your sentences, I have no idea what you're saying. Try to take a little bit of time, think through it a little bit. And hopefully you guys heard what I just said for my 19th public service announcement. Yes. His recordings of his confessions to his wife and mother are going to be played in court. There's also, they made reference to his mental health workers. Perhaps he confessed to somebody in that realm too. You never know. You never know. Thank you, Richard Watts. I know, I do work hard. It's weird how people just kind of go, yeah, screw you, Gray, screw you. Today we're just going to... Hey, thanks, Cheryl Locke and Richard Watts and Kubi. And by the way, we're one of the only YouTube channels that have given thousands and thousands of dollars to the ballpark for Abby and Libby, and we've donated to NCMEC in their names in the, I bet you close to 5 or 6, 7, 8, I mean, I don't even know how many thousands, where we put in honor of or memory of Abby and Libby. Okay, so that's the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And we do all this stuff during the months, etc. But people always go, good, Gray, you should give everything that you make on your channel to, you know, okay. Well, how much have you done? Nothing, okay? The cult BS is going to be a huge mistake. Now, we've already got, we're going to have something like 5 bricks sponsored too out there. Yeah, it's hot in here. That's right. That's right. But look, it didn't even matter that Richard Watts said that. It's crazy, isn't it? So let's show. Let me get the. Nobody seems to be calling in, these gutless wonders who always have such a amazing thing to say. They always want me to, when they're doing their show, like I'm about to do my show, and they go, "Great, call it. You come on here, you coward, you coward." It's like, well, no, I got my own show to do. Your show isn't interesting to me. I'll just come on and say you guys are lunatics and get the hell out of there. Nothing other than that. Well, I think it's crazy when people just start following a year ago, right when a few of these other people started doing it. They just jumped on the bandwagon when they thought, man, we can just start attacking law enforcement and going after everybody. It's going to be awesome. Like, they didn't even have a clue about the case. They don't know anybody. They haven't talked to anybody. They have no clue. And they're just out there trying to pick up the steam, because what sells in true crime are the conspiracy nut jobs. Okay, those are the ones that people love the most, because they're willing to talk about wild stuff that doesn't really exist, but boy, is it interesting. What do you mean, have the signatures come out yet? I don't even know what that means. We've seen them, right? The sticks that were laid on them, and I mean, those are going to be the things. All I've said was, these are things that you'd take pictures of. Hey, thanks, Peter. All right, let me. I'll be back in just a second here. You guys talk amongst yourselves. You know, try to convince some of these amazingly brilliant people out there to call in and discuss why Richard Allen is absolutely innocent, that he's being railroaded. Okay, where are you, Slow Joe? Let's hear you. Let's hear what you've got to say here. All right. There you go. Well, thanks, Amber Maiden. All right, just a second. I'll be back in a second. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Hey, what are you doing?
Ooh la la. 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 Ooh la la.
Wow. Hey, you got Mary Lou was singing along with you guys. Pretty good. Gotta like Mary Lou, huh? Well, where are all the geniuses out there, everybody? Where are they? Here, let me see. I've got a couple recordings that I sent out. What are these? Just a second.
He doesn't want to ask me any questions he doesn't want the answer to. Because I told Jerry Holman the other day, okay? He says, well, you know, there's a lot of lying coming from that side, meaning the defense. And I said, don't jerk me off, Jerry. There's a lot of lying coming from both sides. I said, you're lying yourself. You know there's no way one man did this crime. And he went, well, you know, I don't care what I say to who.
Did anybody believe that? Jeez. That Holman went, he doesn't talk like that. What's the other one?
Talking about what now? Oh, the pictures. Westerman. Honestly, if you want to know what I think of Westerman, and I know a lot of people are going to hate this, but I think he was working for the prosecution, not the defense.
See how stupid this guy is?
The prosecution wanted
Oh, God.
to get rid of the defense because when they brought up the Odin stuff and all that and saw, you know, and the
Okay.
prosecution.
That's what I'm saying. That's when you know somebody's got confirmation bias right there. That's amazing. All right, 317, you're on.
Hey, is this Grant Hughes?
This is.
How you doing? This is Rick Snay.
I could tell. I could tell just by your voice there.
Yeah.
How you were just playing about how you were just saying that Holman went and then you're saying that's Westerman's working for the prosecution.
Well, wait
I mean,
a minute
come
now.
on, come on,
No, wait
come
a
on.
minute here, Gray. I'm hearing an echo in my ear for one thing.
Well, you got to turn down the speakerphone.
I don't have a speakerphone.
Oh.
You're not on speaker. I got you. There you go. Now I can hear you. Now, am I on right now with everybody, or you got me like on screening or something?
No, you're on.
Okay. Now, you said call in and defend Rick. You didn't say call in and defend Westerman or anybody else.
Well, no, I was just playing
You know,
the audio
that's-
just now. I was just playing the audio from yesterday when you said that
I see.
Westerman,
I see,
that you
yeah.
said Westerman is working for the prosecution. That was just random. I didn't know that you were calling in right then.
Wait a minute. No, I didn't say that. I said that's my opinion.
No,
That he was working for the prosecution when he took the pictures and gave them to Murder Sheet, and you know.
Well, I think
that's where it all went
Westerman.
from there.
I think
But-
Westerman's always been the guy that the defense used to put out information and gave it to Robert Fortson, and then Mark Cohen was the guy that would share with everybody. I think that Westerman
Well, I know
is.
you think that.
No,
I know you think that.
I know, but
here's
I
the
think
deal
it's
with
pretty
this,
obvious. It's obvious, and I don't even think that he was in the office taking photographs of the images, because he already had the images, because he was given the Odin document, so he wouldn't need to take photographs of one they already had, right?
Gotcha.
Don't you think? Don't you think?
Okay, I see.
Why would he need to
I
do
don't-
that?
You know, I have no knowledge of what he had when he had, but I can tell you this much. Okay. You said call in defend Rick, so that's what I'm going to do. All right.
Yeah.
Right now, Rick Allen is an innocent man. True or false?
Well, yeah. I mean, he's considered innocent. I'm one of the people who think he's guilty because he's been arrested.
Right.
For it, and he's
okay.
Yeah.
Now, he is an innocent man according to our justice system.
Right.
But yet I see people every day putting his picture up saying killer. I see people every day saying, you know, without any kind of doubt in their mind that he is going to be condemned, you know, convicted, because, you know, that's what they think because of what they've been told, what they hear on in the news and stuff like that. Now, you go outside of this little square of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, whatever. You go and you look at what's going on in Court TV's comment sections and, you know, all those places. people outside of that little area think this is a complete frame-up. And the reason they do is because the prosecution has no DNA tying him to the crime.
You think everybody out there thinks
that?
that?
Yeah, go look, Gray. You are in an extreme minority. That's what you are in an extreme minority.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Well, go look.
I know on social media
now,
it's like that, but
well, social media is the United States. Whether you know, I mean, everybody.
Well, yeah, but it's just, but most people that are, you know, just kind of logic. Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
it's like the old newspaper.
Yeah. Well, don't you think that the guy on, I mean, haven't you seen, like, how does Richard Allen get out of being the guy on the bridge? I know you think it's Ron Logan.
Because he's not the guy on the bridge.
But he is the guy on the bridge.
He's not the guy on the bridge.
He admits to being the guy on the bridge. No, he isn't. Okay, well, explain.
Did you hear him say that? You heard him say that, right?
Well, here's what he said.
Did you play that recording for me?
Well, he said he is the guy standing on platform. He said he's the guy standing on platform 1, so he's on the bridge, right?
You have a recording of that, right?
Oh, so you're okay. So this is all okay. So you believe it's just a massive cover-up situation, right? Like a big.
I'm your guest, okay? I'm your guest. Don't be rude to your guest. Let me make my point here. Okay?
Jesus.
You say that he said that. My whole point is, our whole point is, the world's whole point is that Carroll County is corrupt as hell. And the only way you can say that you think Rick Allen is guilty is if you believe everything the police have told you. Now, in that document, that PCA, they have already been proven to have lied 2 times at least, because Betsy Blair definitely told this. She's the source of the young guy sketch. She told them, I did not see Richard Allen. I saw this young guy.
But she also said the guy on the bridge.
Sarah Carball.
But I know I just went over this earlier in the show.
Never said.
Yeah.
Sarah Carball never said bloody.
Right. Now that's what she didn't say. But you notice how the defense says that was 2017 though. Maybe she changed it later, right? That's why they keep mentioning in 2017.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. But when you say he said this, he said that, he said this, he said that, you're going by what Jerry Holman is telling you. You're going by what Tobe Lesenby is telling you, and you're going by what Tony Liggett put in that PCA.
And the FBI.
If they are not telling the truth, none of it's true. None of it. So when you say he admitted to being on the bridge, did he? Let me hear his voice saying, yeah, I was the guy on the bridge.
Yeah,
that's me.
But here's the thing is, I can place him there circumstantially with the information that's out there. See, that's what I'm saying. But you don't ever take the time like to see it. You know, I've put
okay. Well, what do you use to place him
there? Him. So here's what a few different people. So here we go. You got.
Yeah, and you're saying, because he said it. Right.
No, do you believe what? Do you believe in 2022 when he said he got there from 12 and he left at 1:30? Do you believe that?
Yep.
Okay, I don't. He's proven to be a liar when he says that.
Why don't you?
Because at 1:30 or 1:26, there's 3 girls at a bench that are leaving, and when they're leaving. Mm-hmm. They pass Richard Allen. They admit to seeing him, and then Richard Allen even admits. And then Richard Allen says. Richard Allen even says to Dan Doolin. He told him that I saw 3 girls.
Again, do you have that recorded, Greg?
And then he admitted.
You're going by hearsay.
And then he admitted. And then he admitted in 2022 that he passed those same 3 girls too when he was interviewed again. So here's what's crazy.
Did you hear him say this,
Greg? Here's the thing.
Did you hear him say this,
It's in the documents. I believe the documents.
Greg, look, you're not this stupid, Greg. Throw out everything in the PCA and then tell me how you're going to.
I think you're the one that comes off as a moron because what you're saying is that you can't believe anything the prosecution.
I'm a moron.
Well, you just said you don't.
I'm a moron, Greg.
Well, I think you are, man, because you just told me you can't be this stupid. You believe everything they're saying. I mean, of course, it's on the goddamn document. I mean, yeah, it's on the documents. You don't think the?
You know what, Greg? You're a fool, buddy. You're a fool.
Okay.
You're a fool. And
I think when you look in the mirror.
That's all you are, Greg.
Okay.
You're a fool, and you've been.
Hey, everybody! I'm a fool.
You believe every word
I'm jealous of these guys. Okay? I can't do it. I can't make it anyway. Get the fuck out of here, Jesus! This guy is such a loser. And you know what's even bigger losers? The people that listen to him and believe what he's saying. Okay? He thinks there's a vast, huge conspiracy that they're all covering up what really happened. He always says, Gray, I'm better than you. And I go, let's see, I have 124,000 subscribers, and you've got 4, and you've been covering the Delphi case for years. And nobody thinks enough of you to sub up, because you suck. All right? He goes, you can't be that stupid. And then I called him a moron. And now, boy, that got him really upset, everybody, at that point. Oh. You mean after you called the host of the show stupid? Okay. Yeah, he gets triggered. What an idiot. Man, absolute embarrassment. Anyway, so let's see. What do we got? Hey, thanks, Georgina Stoliker. I can't do it. See, he goes, where do you say that? Where do you say that? So every single thing the prosecution says isn't true because they don't think that Sarah Carbaugh ever said about the bloody thing, and that Betsy Blair said something. So because of that, everything the prosecution's put out, everybody, is completely false, trying to pin a murder on an innocent person. What's amazing is that they had to wait all those years to finally find the schmuck that just happens to admit to... Oh, wait, by the way, everybody, he never even admitted to being there. You know? So what's weird is, didn't Rick Snay just admit, though, that he did say that? Because I said, do you think he was there from 12 to 1:30? He goes, yes, I do. Do you think he left at 1:30? Got there at 12 and left at 1:30? He said, yes, I do. Well, he believes that part, but in that same interview was when he said he passed the 3 girls. So how come he agreed with that part? You know what I mean? So he agrees with the 12 to 1:30, but not the part in there that says he passed the 3 girls again. And then you have to believe, if you're Rick Snay, the genius, that somehow the same 3 girls that he saw at noon never came forward. Yeah, all right. Yeah, he's just... And those are... That works for really dumb people in society. The people like him that come forward and try to tell people, yeah, well, did you hear him say it? Did you hear him say it? Hey, how do we know? All right, who's next? Come in, give me something rational. Have a rational conversation where everything the prosecution put out isn't false, okay? There's something you got to agree. And here's the thing, how do we know that they don't have some... Well, here's what's funny, everybody, is he goes, they don't have his DNA, they don't have his DNA. Well, whose DNA do they have? They don't have anybody's DNA. Oh, so they were miraculously killed by some, like a laser beam from outer space? Is that what happened? So whoever killed them didn't leave DNA there, right? So how did they do it? If you think it's such a miracle that he didn't do it, how did he do it? How did the other one do it? The other killers. Now, if there was multiple other Odinist killers, surely one of them would have left something at the crime scene, right? So one of them. Yeah. See, he's one of those people that he loves going on a show like Greeno's, who's just a clueless clown himself, who sits there and just goes, yeah, Rick, hey, that's that's really good. I'm so happy you're on my show. I feel so honored. I know we disagree, but I won't challenge you on anything you're saying, Rick, because you're so great. Oh, God. What an embarrassment. The whole thing, I just, it's shameful. Shameful. And then they go, he's an innocent man, right? Yeah, sure, he is innocent right now, but he's been charged with capital murder, basically, 2 murders, like he's literally, and no bail. So I'm going to be on that side in this case because I see it in the probable cause. Now, it does bother me, like if the muddy and bloody thing has never been said, and if Betsy Blair did say, yeah, the person on the bridge that I see in the video is the guy that I saw. She admits that. And everybody sees the guy on the bridge. He's got a little graying goatee, etc. And she just remembers, oh, yeah, you look younger with curly hair, whatever. And she was like 50 feet away, and she got there, turned around, and walked away. How do we put a lot of stock into... It's the same thing as the other 3 girls. 3 girls saw Richard Allen when he came in, and they all described him a little differently. One said wearing all black. The other one said blue jeans and a light blue jacket. The other one said blue jeans and a dark blue jacket. They all said that. All right. But I appreciate Rick calling in. Okay, I'll give him credit for calling in, but he just started getting too crazy at the end there. He looked like a fool. Well, I am one though, right? Hot and cold crime. Hey, the broken scout. I'm just kidding. I'm not like I don't ever consider myself like a genius. You know, I think differently than other people in a lot of cases. And I'm able to come up with stuff that other people don't think of, and I do it. I've always thought differently than other people. You know, my mom has a story where when I was younger, she apparently I said there's like 2 lights behind us, and my mom said, "Hey, look there's a car behind us," and I said, "Or 2 motorcycles riding side by side." You know, I said that was like 3. Okay, so I don't know. It's just I'm just, you know, I'm a freak, man. That's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, I'm the one that came up with doing the overlay in the Kylie Rodney case where you could take the daylight shot, overlay it with the nighttime lights right over the same still image, and boom, shows her car going into the water right when her phone died. Okay, unbelievable. At the very beginning of the case, people used to talk about this guy sitting on the bench and hanging around. You know, it's interesting, too, because he admits to being on the bench, right? So what if he sat on the bench for a minute or two, like prior to, I mean, as he's walking down, and maybe waited for a minute, and maybe he only got there a couple minutes before Betsy Blair, right? Awesome, Broken Scout. But come on, you guys. Wasn't that whole thing super chat worthy right there, you guys? We got to get going here. We're still not even at 50%. Oh, look at that, fishing in the dark. Hey, where have you been? I haven't seen you in a long time. But you live in like Alabama, right? The bass. You have a pond, bass fishing. Yeah, and sometimes I wish I lived in Florida or something, just to be able to get up and fish every single day. Just kind of walk down right there, right in the middle of your city. There's always these little sloughs and waterways. Well, why, Amy? I mean, what a dumb response, you know? I'm going to sit there and talk to somebody that's just trashing me. He called me stupid right before that, and forget it, man. That's ridiculous. I mean, if you think Richard Allen might be innocent and you're 50-50, you're clueless too. I'm sorry. It's just ridiculous. If Indiana was so corrupt, why wouldn't they frame the Kleins instead of... Right. I mean, how easy would that have been, Amber? Oh my God, the guy that was... He was doing... catfishing. We could just pin it right on him. We could pretend that... all these different things. The scary part is there are so many thinking illogically. Yeah, you can't have a conversation with a guy like Rick Snay. You know, you can do it if he has a weak-minded person like Anthony Greeno that just flows with the wind and the tides of what's popular. He doesn't stick up for anything other than what's popular at the moment. I watched their thing, while it was sort of cordial and mildly interesting, it was just looking at Greeno shaking his head in agreement on some of the most ludicrous things that he was saying. It's embarrassing. Yeah, well, see you later, Amy. Not really that interested in your brain. Okay, let's see. You live in Portland. Take your ass outside and fish. Yeah, there isn't really a lot of... I go down to the Willamette River sometimes and go fishing. Yeah. Because the Kleins didn't commit the crime of harming the girl. Richard Allen did, right. Well, that's the real answer, Serial Boomer. 7 steps of critical... I mean, anybody that wanted me to continue the call with somebody berating like that is dumb. Okay, nobody does that. Yeah. He called me stupid. I called him a moron, and then he just kept going on and on and on, trying to talk louder and louder and louder, which he gets to do on his own show, but that's not going to work here. It would be easy to frame Keegan Klein. Yeah, especially since they were communicating right before that. I've always said if I ever get in trouble, I want a bench trial. There's no way. Yeah, I mean, the scary part is the people that I mean, there's so many people right now that watch. I'm like I always say, I'm like a unicorn. Haven't I always told you guys that? See, even other YouTubers that claim they believe Richard Allen is innocent, they entertain and discuss for hours and hours and hours, letting the the Richard Allen supporters just talk endlessly, putting out drivel and never have anything to say back to him. All right? They have nothing to say back to him to counter it because they don't know it. All right? I can counter every single thing you say, except if you want to say shit like, well, did you hear him say it? Did you hear him say it? Did you hear him say it? That's just childish shit, right? It is. It's childish. So basically the entire probable cause document is completely fake. So I don't even think Richard Allen wasn't even there that day. He was in bed sleeping. You know, he never even admitted he was there. Even in the October 2020, he must have been lying. That, and they never said that either. He never even got a hold of Dan Doolin. It's all fake. None of it's real. They just found a schmuck that lives in town that owns a Sig Sauer 40 cal so they could blame it on him. Oh, yeah. That's the logic that you have to use from Rick Snee. Right there. That's his logic. There's nothing in the PCA is real. None of it's true. And so here's the thing. Well, hell, why are you even believing that Betsy Blair was even there? But you want to believe that she said something else. But where's the evidence she said something else? Where is it? Did you hear her say it? Yeah, so you can just turn everything around on that clown. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Did you hear Betsy Blair say that? Why are we trusting what the defense said she said? Hey, thanks, Interstellar Trucker. You're the GOAT. Richard Allen's 100% guilty. He told the investigators exactly what he was wearing, which matches the guy on the bridge was wearing, and he confessed. I mean, that's the thing that they always leave out. And see, what they want to believe, see, Rick Snee, if you asked him, do you believe that he was really mentally deranged, like mentally distressed when he confessed, and that's really why he confessed? He would say, I certainly do. I certainly do, he would say. I can just fill it in for you. And I'd say, so you don't believe that everything was fine up until his wife called the defense attorneys, and then they went, oh shit, we got to do something about this. Wow, the conditions in here are deplorable. Hey, give us start drooling on your shirt and eat some paper. We can make that. We can sell this. It's just obvious. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Everything was fine until he confessed. Then he got crazy. The timing is exactly that. And there it is. Georgina Stoliker just put in the stain. Yeah, that's true, Sherry. Defense attorneys never say that anybody is guilty because they want jobs. I think it's hilarious. Anybody pointing to the temporary defense attorney of Richard Allen who came forward and said, oh, but this time I really mean it. Okay, so all the other times you said it, you didn't mean it? Or, I mean, who the hell would hire a guy like that if you said, well, we know that you were only his attorney for a few weeks here. What did you think? Now, what did you think? Did you think he's guilty? Oh, yeah. I mean, he's guilty of sin. You should see some of the stuff. I mean, no, I mean, you think he's ever going to say that? I mean, it'd be ridiculous. It would. absolutely prejudice the case. He would be probably disbarred. It would be just incredible. Nobody's going to do that. Thank you. Listening to Snay hit the wall was worth 20. Okay, cool. Hey, thanks, Joseph Brennan. Yeah. And, you know, Snay is one of those guys who always threatens people with physical violence. Every time you do a show, he goes, "Oh, say that to my face, buddy. I would." Oh, okay. I mean, so you're above everything, but you just try to, you know, think logically when you're arguing with somebody. Not saying, "Did you hear him say it? Did you hear him say it?" Put a 1 if you think that's just childish as shit. Did you hear him say it? Did you hear him say it? Did you hear him say it? Over and over and over again. God, give me a break. It's in the PCA twice. One from Dan Doolin, and then it was more detailed in October of 2022. I mean, where do you start from there then? You just go, okay, forget it. Forget it then. There's nothing to talk about here, guys. So anyways, if you're out there and you have a reasonable conversation, that you have something that you can, this is why I think he's innocent. Let me know. All right? And he kept saying, "Oh, you're being rude to the guy." I let him talk, and then I wanted to comment on something he talked about. You know, because he likes to just get in there and filibuster and throw out a bunch of shit and see if something sticks in the minds of people. I like to go over each individual point as it comes along, you know. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care. I'm not even like a fighter type person. I don't really give a shit, you know. It's not like, oh boy, let's start punching because we're talking about a case. Yeah, he said, "You aren't this stupid, Gray." That's like saying, because what I'm saying right then is really stupid. So then I said, well, you're a moron, you know. Let's see. Yes, it was correct in regards to the Supreme Court ruling. Well, the Supreme, what was correct? What are you referring to? And I'm sure we'll get some of the, I don't really care either. The people on here that are so stupid, if you want to go over and subscribe to a channel like that, yeah, good riddance. Okay, see you later. Oftentimes I'll preempt it. If I go over there and I see anybody chatting on those, goodbye. It's just like, oh, hey, good stuff. Okay, see you later. I like people that have brains, you know. This sort of shit that these guys are trying to sell is insane. They don't, Teresa. They don't. Let's see. Well, who's calling in? Come on, you guys. You got it. You pro Richard Allen people out there, you go ahead. I know on your places that you communicate with that you're a sort of a one-man band that everybody just goes, yeah, wow, ooh, ginning up the masses. And when you say people all around the place think he's being railroaded, you mean other people on social media, you know, like Reddit wackos and, you know, people in various Facebook groups. You know, I think if you told the masses and you showed them the reality of it, for example, if Court TV ever had me on where I could show this animation, people would get it. Just this part here. And then there's multiple other elements. But this shows you that Richard Allen is the guy on the bridge. That is if you believe that just one of the two times that he said that he saw three girls when he entered the area. Okay? Just one of the two times. You believe it one of the two times. So when he said he got there at 12 and he left at 1:30, you want to believe that one. Okay, so those three girls have never come forward since then, right? Okay. Out of the box because people outside of there do believe. Huh? What are you talking about, Audrey? He hasn't gone out of the box because people outside of there do believe Richard Allen is guilty. Huh? I don't even get what you're saying. I can't even decipher that sentence. Let's see. He's reading too many dumb... But, Norse runes were carved into the tree. Isn't that amazing that these idiots believe this professor who talked about the images being carved into somebody? There wasn't anything carved at the crime scene. There was the tree that people claim might be an F, but it's not. And then there's branches on the bodies. You know, where the hell are the carved anything? Mm-hmm. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that's what it looked like. I thought it looked like, I mean, it has like I made a pretty cool image with it. It shows us more like a T and a... Yeah, I just don't know what you're saying, Audrey. You have to retype it in. No idea what you're talking about. I tried reading it 3 times. He hasn't gone out of the box. Who? Because people outside of there do believe Richard Allen is guilty. Oh. Yeah. I guess I get it now. You mean out of his own box? Yeah. Okay. Right. So you go like this, oh my God, people in Kentucky, people here, and you have 2 friends on Reddit from Kentucky. Yeah. And now they think he's guilty too. You mean the other crazy lunatic conspiracy theorists out there? Sure, yeah, I'm sure they're from a wide range of places. I'm sure that exists. Okay, well, how about we'll just do the chat then? You guys people don't want to call in, apparently, at this point. Well, Grant, because you're so mean. I don't think I've been mean to anybody. You know, Rick Snay I just hung up on because he just kept going on a diatribe and was insulting and, you know. Yeah, it's kind of what you do when you have people that call in like that. Yeah. Oh, you retracted. I was reading that. Gray, you're so mean. Maybe I should throw myself in prison. Will you guys bail me out? Let's see what happens. I think somebody just said it was mean. Look at that. Sun Gal, 1956. She threw... And there it is. Oh. Wow, that's the old jail. Is that the old one? I guess I am. I'm in prison again. Wow. By the way, guys, you should join my Facebook group, Grant Hughes Investigates. Usually post on there. How do I get out? How do I get out? Ding, 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 ding. Make one. You know what was weird was when I was doing these shows the other day, the anonymous guy, the troll that keeps calling, kept calling and calling throughout the entire show. I never told you guys that, but then I got on Skype and I found out how you can get block it. So it was kind of cool. So he's probably still dialing out there, but at this point they're not being seen anymore. It's hilarious. All right, who's yeah? Don't get how people ignore the people that were Odinus. Are you guys going to bail me out or what? We're still sitting here. I guess it doesn't matter today. There's nothing I was presenting. We will get you out of using dexterity. We will get you out of using dexterity. One man acting alone with dexterity. Okay, there's a snack. I got a snack from Wise Child. Okay, there we go. This poor girl were savagely slain out there. Their case was turned into an absolute circus. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. Think how weird it is. I mean, we're sort of in here, so we kind of don't really notice. But think how weird this is just in general, that they're going to have a hearing coming up where a bunch of YouTubers are going to be talked to on stand about the ethics of the defense or even the prosecution. I mean, it's crazy. In a case that has nothing to do with the actual murder itself, but it's just some sort of other hearing, and then we finally get to, I don't know. I wish that they would just drop all that stuff and just, I mean, I understand the reason why is because the defense has gone out of their way to try to make the prosecution look bad. So they've got to do, do in kind and say, look, this is what we were dealing with. And then people go, oh, I see. We get it. All right. Now look at that. Wise child for a snack. I got a paper clip to pick the lock. We're still not out the door yet. How do we get out? You do more than others as in analyzing wind, speed, and... Yeah, nobody cared about that kind of stuff. Oh, surely they had... And I think I heard him Snay. Oh, yeah. Snay said the other day, listen to this. He said, how could... There's no way one person did this. Just right out of the defense playbook. What do you mean there's no way one person did it? They had a gun. They could just hold the gun on one of them, kill the other one. I mean, you kill... Abby was probably the first one injured, I would imagine. Let's see. And they had dexterity. You guys, I'm still languishing here in prison where there's been no bail sent in yet. I've got a paper clip, wait for it. I'm not sure what that even means. What am I waiting for? And then look at Kubi sent in soap. I mean, you guys are like preparing me to sit in here for decades, I think. Were they tied to a tree at any point? No. Not that we're aware of. Yeah, I guess we're in that no bail category. You guys are a tough crowd. Oh, look at that. And then Cindy, she says, oh boy, Gray's in jail. That's not even bail either. What the hell's going on here? Yeah, why don't you do it, Teresa? You can do it, right? Oh boy, Gray's in jail. I think she sent that to the guard, you know. Ding 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 ding. Let's see. Maybe I'll just dig through a tunnel somewhere, and I guess that's well. Hello, Cindy Lynn. Remember how people used to try to get me out of this prison to help support the channel? Now it's like you guys like to just stare at the screen, and I guess today is just a call-in show, so it's no different even if I'm in prison. Yep, they're far away over there. They're far away. Look it, I got Cheetos now. You see that? I mean, there's nothing about, hey, let's get this guy out of here. Well, thanks, Sherlock, but that has nothing to do with me being in prison now. You see, that's where the difference is. Let's see, I think Lillian sent in a... Oh, there you go. So, Kimberly and Lillian. Okay, well, from earlier, I guess that'll be enough to bail out. There you go, didn't even see that. Part of a key. Look at this stuff. What do you guys... Look at this. There hasn't been a nickel for bail yet. Unbelievable. But anyways, thank you guys. I'll get out. I'm breaking out of jail. I snuck through the bars and got the hell out of there. Okay? Good Lord. Sure, I'll answer a question about the... especially those questions in super chats. That's what they're for, to ask questions. I know, Jesus, you guys are a tough crowd. Yeah, that was earlier. Let's see. How the heck can Chloe sleep like that? I don't know. I didn't see her. What was she doing? That's Blue. That's not Chloe. Not sure what you're looking at. He paid some Odinist guards off. All right, so in the questions, yeah, you can ask questions in the chat, but what I'd really want is somebody to that is a pro Richard Allen to call in or type in your comments. I think most people, if they were, it's hard to say, because the only people that are really know all these crazy sort of stuff that's going on are the people in Reddit or in these social media groups, which probably is only about like 10,000 people total, if that, right? Like it's not a huge number. So they're going to be, oh wow, and they're going to probably believe the people who sell them a bunch of crap, because everyone likes to believe in conspiracies and sensationalism. It sells. And, they all know that. It's more entertaining to be one of the people that doesn't like cops, somebody who thinks there's always some evil plan, there's always a cover-up going on, there's always something. And so those are the people on social media. But if you were able to communicate and show the actual information. Now, what is the actual information, Gray? Because Sarah Carbon, what do we need? Look, I don't even care. I don't even care about... Betsy Blair is only important for me because she clears the area and sees him standing there. He admits to being standing on platform 1 right where she saw him. So there isn't really, what she described him looking like isn't really the important part of it, because we know it is him, because he got there at 1:30 basically. 1:34 passes the girls, 10 more minutes, 1:44 at the bridge. Betsy Blair gets there at 1:47. Unless he sprinted, he couldn't have got past her heading towards the bridge. He didn't. So she gets out, doesn't see anybody, but then sees him standing on platform 1 exactly where he said he stood. And so there's only a 7-minute window where the real Richard Allen would have had to go into the woods, and then some other person came out of the woods and stood there. Hey, Ashtastic, that sounds like a great idea. I think a Baconator is coming my way. I don't know. Yeah. Well, good, Laney. I do try to make people chuckle from time to time. What were the results of looking through a phone? Was there interaction with Odin? Huh? What does that even mean? Odin the god? No, I doubt it. Click, 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 click. Odin, I have a question for you. I don't know your number, but I'm typing it in. 50 feet away. She could determine the age. I know, 50 feet away, and he was turned sideways because he's looking probably down at fish in there, right? So I think it's just her memory is faulty, just like the other two girls who saw all black, light jeans, light blue jacket. Perhaps she's, it just, to me, it's not a huge thing. The defense will make a big deal out of it and say, look, she described somebody else. This is what she thought he looked like. Does that look like this guy? No. They're going to go over all that. And it's really, the Betsy Blair's importance is that she doesn't see anybody else on the trails except for when she got there, which would only have been about 5 minutes after Richard Allen was standing there. Okay, so where did Richard Allen go then? He went into the woods, and then another individual that looked just like him, wearing the exact same clothing, took his place on the same platform that he said he was standing on in that 5-minute window? Gray, a lot of people stand on that platform, you bastard. Hey, thank you, Joseph Brennan. I'm going to ATM machines to see if, while I'm on the run, I escaped from prison here just now. I'm checking to see if there's anything been put into my account. And look at that. Joseph Brennan put something in there. Why defense lawyers want to stall off trials. So here's what the reality is, everybody. The prosecution, I believe, after they did their search warrant, that's none of that stuff you saw the results of on the probable cause, right? They got the search warrant. I guess they did do a search warrant on the 13th and then 28th. So they did find the Sig Sauer, but all of the other information that they got from that and interviewing perhaps other family members, etc., has a huge amount of information. So what the defense keeps trying to do is their third attempt now to get the search warrant thrown out using a Frank's hearing, just even to have a hearing to try to get it thrown out. That's what they want to do. And I guess the Frank's hearing, you know how long that would delay? Oh my God. They'd probably bring in people like Betsy Blair, Sarah Carbaugh, put them on the stand, battle back and forth over and over again. And, oh yeah. I don't know. I think the contempt hearing, it will make them look terrible, and they may even have some, the bar might have some issues with them. But I can't imagine that Francis Gold will remove them from the case at this point. It's way too, it's just, you can't do it. Then the Supreme Court will get back in again. They'll take a look at it and go, well, I think his Sixth Amendment rights trump these issues that you've had here. But I would sure love to hear the full explanation. We saw from MacLeod what generally is in it, in that long document that he wrote. And man, that document was crazy. Because that one showed that Westerman had the Odin document prior to, before the leak. And he got the exhibits, which included the same photographs of the crime scene that were leaked. Can anybody in the chat explain to me then why Mitch Westerman had to take photographs in Baldwin's office of the same images he already had when he got the Odin document? Just anybody. I just want anybody to explain that to me. Why did he do that? Why would he have to do that? Or is that something he invented later, that he and his attorneys invented later to protect Baldwin and Rosie and make it seem like he was a rogue actor acting alone, when prior to that, Westerman was the one that seemed to be cozied up with even the murder sheet, doing interviews with them, and they seemed to have a little extra information inside at the time, and they were also interviewing with Westerman was leaking information to Robert Fortson, who would give it to Cohen, and then he would share it out there. Anybody out there? Anybody out there at all? Can you explain to me why he would need to take photographs of images he already had? Anybody? Anybody out there at all? Ding, 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 ding. Oh yeah, the trolls are coming out now. What's funny is, defense attorneys always think guilty people are innocent. Doesn't matter. People that have done something, they are innocent, Gray. Has he been convicted yet, you bastard? Yes, we all know he's innocent until proven guilty. But I can have an opinion that I think Richard Allen is the killer in the case. Okay? If you can come up, I want somebody to tell me how he isn't the killer. Not how you think this person, they were mean, they didn't give us this information, they didn't give us that, they didn't give us that. You need to call in and explain to me why he's innocent, like he didn't do it. Give me the information that shows me that he did not do this. And it was somebody else. That's what I want to hear from somebody. But you keep getting people coming in and bitching about, like, the Sarah Carbaugh thing and this one, and they said this. And, while that, if not true, that I don't even care about Sarah Carbaugh. She doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't tie anything together or anything. Yeah. If somebody blocked that clown right there that keeps laughing over and over again. I don't even know who that is. Good luck. All right. Let's see. I have no clue. I can't call in because he's guilty. I know. That's because us guilty. It's not the... Bob's trying to call. It goes to voicemail. Well, call in again. Let's see. I'll look. I'll look for it. Call in again, Bob. Let's see. I don't know who Bob is. Who's Bob? No idea who that is. I don't even know who that is. Truth Sleuth. I don't give a shit about it. I don't listen to or watch any YouTubers for substance on this case whatsoever. I do my own thinking. I don't hear anybody. I don't see anybody calling in. Oh, that who that was? I don't really give a shit who that... I mean, that person's not interesting to me. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, really? Yeah. That's unfortunate. Let's see. I haven't seen any calls come in, so I don't know what they're talking about. I'm looking at the screen. I see one that came in from 630, but that was well, yeah, it was 1 minute ago. I didn't see it flash though. It just kind of... That was a good movie, Lisa Valenzuela. That's one of my favorite movies. What About Bob? But why are you interested in that, Sleuthy Goosey? Are you one of the pro Richard Allen wackos that are out there? Or? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was blocked once before. Who knows? Jeez. Who cares? Well, I don't see it on the screen. I'm looking at it. There's nothing. No ringing. But if you call in, though, we're not going to discuss well, this one time he lied, he did this. I want you to show me the evidence that proves, like take the same information that we got in the probable cause document, the stuff that Richard Allen admitted to, and try to make it work. I don't know why he can't call in. I don't really care that he can't call in. It's... I'm not going to sit here and spend all day trying to figure out how to... I'm looking at the screen. There's no flashing or anything coming up saying anybody's calling in. Nothing. I see a message on there, but that's it. Right, but there's no, I'm saying there's nothing flashing. There's nothing. Hey, can somebody block Canadian Girl? That's exactly not what I'm saying. But I'm just not interested in Canadian Girl and some of these other people. You guys are all here just for some sort of entertainment purposes. I'm trying to get the real, like, what is it that you really think he's innocent? And I'm looking up here, nothing. No calls. Nothing's coming in. Okay, well, I don't know what's going on with yours. Let me see what happens when I call. Let's see. If it goes straight to voicemail, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I'll have to shut it down and open it back up again. Oh yeah, well, it goes right to voicemail on mine too. So let Let me close it down and then open it back up again. So mine went right to voicemail too when I called it. Let me try it again. Oh, there we go. Now, it looks like it might work. Now. You could try it now if you want to. No, I think it would work now. I just called it. So go ahead. I just called it and got that tone. Yeah, everybody's innocent to a defense attorney. That's just how it is. But that's okay. You know, that's how you got to have the other side, you know. Yeah, would you really want a defense attorney defending you that thought you were guilty and just had no interest? Well, that's cool, but I'm waiting. So dial the number, Defense Diaries. Okay, it's been working now, so just dial it again. It's working. I just told you that, but you're not dialing it because I can tell that it's working and you're not dialing. And let's see. I only answer too if it's an actual number. My Skype has other people blocked, like if it says anonymous or some other thing, it doesn't allow. Yeah, we probably would have a good conversation. I'm waiting. Numbers on the screen. Yep, no. Still waiting. See, they like to go after like the technical. No, it's a phone number. You just dial like a normal number, and it goes right into. I do use Skype, but it's not video or anything. It's just a regular phone number. The line's working now. I've called it myself. It works. You just haven't called it back again after you called before. All right, you haven't tried again. I can tell that you haven't tried calling in. Yeah, I'll just hang up on him if I can't interject and say things that I want to say. I don't do the soliloquy shit calls that come in. That doesn't work. I don't know. So now we have a 304 calling in. I don't know. I guess we'll take that one. Shit. Hello, who's this?
This is Kathy Harvey.
Okay, well, I guess I had to take that call. I see his call up there now, but he waited way too long.
Go ahead and take his call. I can call back.
No, it's okay. He hung up. So go ahead.
I wanted
just
to
say.
hear
Well, just say what you want
anyway.
to. Well, just say what you want to say.
Oh.
Now.
Yeah, I was just thinking what your take is on the defense attorneys for him, for Reck.
What did you say?
I said, what is your take on the defense attorneys?
Oh, I think they're. I think his defense attorneys are just horrendous people. I think they are unethical and just.
I agree 1,000%.
I think they're terrible. Now, the guy that's going to call in, oh, they're great. They're just doing. No, they're not. The way it went down, the stuff that they've done is so just.
Right.
I don't know what you call it.
Anybody who can get up there and defend these
scum of the earth people, and they have to know what they've done.
Well, I don't mind the defense attorneys defending scum of the earth people. What I don't like is the behavior of those attorneys and the stuff that they've done on the side. They are just scum of the earth. Okay. So.
Right. I agree 1,000% with you, Mr. Gray, and it was good talking to you. I'll get off here and let somebody else come on. Thank you for taking my call.
Yep. Well, there you go.
Bye. Bye.
All right, there you go. The line's open now. You didn't call in the last time. Will it answer this time? We'll see. Nope, doesn't look like it. You must be on delay or something. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think defense attorneys, they have to defend their clients. I just think what these guys have done have gone extraordinarily outside of the realm of, just break every rule they can. It's just incredible. Hey, Sleuthy Goosey, we're not interested in your sort of continual comment. This isn't your channel. It's not a place for you to pretend that you're really interesting, because you're one of the least interesting people on the internet. All right, let me see. Is there anybody out here? Are you going to call in? Because the line's open now. All right, let's see. Let's get this one right here. Nope. He still hasn't called in again, you guys. Still hasn't called in. Still hasn't called in yet. He must be like 10 minutes behind or something. The line's opened up. The lady called in. You didn't. And here I am waiting for it again. We're show's on pause just for one guy to call in. Yeah, I don't mind defense attorneys. I don't like these two. I think their behavior's been disgusting. And they know it has been. Well, where is he? I mean, this is ridiculous. He called in, and then I had the other call, and then I got off that call really quick. I got about 5 more seconds here, and then I'm turning off phone calls. Okay, if you're calling in with an anonymous number, it's not going to answer. Okay? If you tried calling in when there was a caller on, the number is working now. Call in again. It's very easy. Hello? 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 All right, I think this might be it. Finally! There it is.
Oh, my God. We did it.
Yeah, we kept getting this. Well, I got this.
I wasn't sure if I had to go through Skype or not.
No,
because
it's just a phone number.
use Skype. All right. Well, hey, Gray, how are you?
Not bad, not bad. How about yourself?
I'm good, man. I'm good. So I didn't have the opportunity to hear much of the live, but I heard, people saying, "Oh, call Gray." So I figured I would. Yeah, I don't know. I heard you saying you never heard me, so I figured now's a good time. Introduce ourselves. I think people misconstrue what I'm about. I'm certainly, the first thing I'm going to tell you, aside from the presumption of innocence, which we all talk about. Mm-hmm. I'm a 20-year defense attorney. I mean, so obviously I'm a defense bar guy. Mm-hmm. I have no idea whether or not Richard Allen's guilty or innocent. I haven't heard the evidence, so I don't I won't know that until trial. I think that the PCA, based on what I've seen, they better have more, and if they have more, then he'll get convicted. I mean, it's like, for me, I just have to wait for trial. That's it.
Well, I think they're going to have...
anybody who watch.
Obviously, they're going to have more, right? I mean, That the PCA was
maybe.
Well, the PCA was just what they had to do the arrest, just like a week or two after they did a search warrant. So obviously after that they developed way more information. I think the reason that the defense keeps trying to get the search warrant thrown out, if it's true that only the bullet shell ejected from the gun is the only thing that they got as fruit from the tree of the search warrant, then the defense wouldn't be trying so hard, because they could get an expert in there that could create probable, like reasonable doubt to say.
Yeah, no, I hear you. See, but the problem with the bullet. So Indiana is a state, like there's a couple cases, and I'm sure you've heard of them because you follow a ton of true crime shit. But it's either a Daubert or like a Fry thing, right? But Indiana doesn't really do it like as to either of those cases. Like so, and basically Daubert and Fry are where like if you've got defense attorneys saying, "Oh, that's junk science," they'll put them to the test, and then it's a battle of experts prior to the unspent casing getting admitted. In Indiana, it's coming in, and whether or not it's a match, it's a very powerful piece of evidence for the state, because when you're talking about just lay people, jurors, when the state's going to put their ISP guy on and is going to say, in my subjective opinion, I tested it. Yeah. It's a match.
I'm already, I'm admitting
that's going to be
that.
very hard. Like, it doesn't matter that the defense is going to put a guy on. Most people exit out.
But I've already conceded to that, though. I've already conceded to that. I just said that's an easy sort of reasonable doubt creation by the defense. So there must be something.
No, I'm saying the opposite.
Okay,
I'm saying the opposite from a defense attorney's perspective. It's a very frightening piece of evidence, because the jury's not going to give a shit about the two experts.
Well, what's true is
as soon as the jury hears it's a match, it's like, because jurors know, they know that the defense is paying somebody to say what they need to say, and they also know that the state's guy is going to say what the state wants him to say. So the jury gives those experts the amount of weight that they deserve.
One of the things I thought was kind of funny was the defense attorney, the temporary defense attorney. I actually found a clip of him. Remember how those two guys came in? So not the guy that was just on TV.
Scremin and Labredo, yeah.
I think the other guy, the guy that didn't go on court TV is who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Scremin.
Yeah, so he went on. He did an interview and he said, "Oh, it's really concerning
it was
about
strong evidence. I saw it."
Well, let me just finish. Let me just get the sentence out. Yeah, he said on that show, he said, "Wow, man, that gunshot evidence they got, that's really damning against Richard Allen." And then he got put on the case. I mean, it was hilarious. Like, I don't think he would have been able to survive that. I mean, how would you go to trial and you play that clip? If you could.
I don't know that would have been admissible.
Yeah,
but,
it's
like from the defense side of it, like, I'm like, all right. Because my whole thing with Gull, and again, I'm just basing it on my experience of practicing. I've been in cases similar to this. My wife and I both tried a case in Omaha that was very hard fought. It was a death penalty case. A young boy was killed, and it was, it was very heated between the defense and the state, and it always is. This case has obviously got a lot more eyes on it. So in that sense, there's a lot more people paying attention, but most cases, the defense and the state don't play nice together. That's not unusual. What's a little unusual here is that, at least in my estimation, is I've just been surprised in terms of how Gull, post Supreme Court opinion coming out, that she's kind of still really not, when she's ruling, and I don't mind on certain motions where she's denying them without hearing. That's not unusual. Like, if I'm filing a motion that's like strictly a legal argument, she doesn't need to have a hearing. Or if I'm not putting witnesses on, she doesn't have to have a hearing. But, you want to make a record if you're a judge. You want to say, okay, well, I'm denying it, and I'm denying it based on this law. You know what I mean? Because if he gets convicted, obviously he'll want to appeal it. And the only thing that the appellate court looks at is the record, meaning, they'll look at the trial transcripts, they'll look at the pretrial motions that were filed, if there were hearings, and they'll have those transcriptions. Like, that's all they go on. Like, the appellate court is in here retrying the case. You can't bring in new evidence at all. All that exists are the issues that are raised based on what happened pre-trial and at trial. Everything else is waived. So, like, kind of the beef was like, well, you know, give us a reason. You know, just write your rationale behind why you denied it. You know, that's so the appellate court knows. You know, and if you don't have a hearing, like on the Franks thing, like my opinion on the Franks hearing is that she could have said, yeah, Betsy Blair and Carbaugh, okay, Liggett lied, but I still think that there's enough evidence for Diener to have issued the warrant.
But what if they didn't lie, though? But what if they didn't lie, and that was just what they said at a certain time, but they used the... Because remember how the defense keeps saying, this is what Sarah Carbaugh said in 2017. They keep saying that because it's possible later when she was really thinking through it, like, you know what, maybe... And she changed it, so they're using that, not the 2017.
I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, if there's multiple statements, then, you know, that's what... But I would have thought that in McClelland's response that he would have noted that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like McClelland said, okay, you know, he was, all right, well, yeah, she did say that in 2017, but, you know, when they talked to her again in 2019 or whatever, 2021, she said something different. You know what I mean? But he didn't say anything like that in his motion, in his response to it. You know, and his was, you know, and it's like you'd expect him to if it existed.
Yeah, you think he would have
argued
why.
Like Judge Gall could have easily have said, even if Liggett did lie about those two things, or just, you know, fudged what she said a little bit to make it a little stronger.
Yeah.
You know, and she easily could have turned around and said, well, we still have the unspent casing. You know, we still have him at the bridge at around the time that the girls are thought to
I can actually use the circumstantial evidence that he is the guy, the bridge guy, the actual guy in the video. I mean, there's almost no chance that it's not him, based on even if you don't, you know, Betsy Blair, she basically is you could use her as a clearing person. Like when she walked there, she didn't see anybody until she got to the bridge. And then she walked all the way, I believe, to the Freedom Bridge, and then all the way back to her car parked across from the Mears property, and did not see another person. So you'd have to believe that there's only about a 7-minute window that Richard Allen would have had to disappear from the bridge, go into the woods, and then have another person show up that looked just like him, wearing the same clothing, and stand there on the same platform that he was standing on. That's what you'd have to believe. Yeah.
So if I'm the defense, you know what I'd be leaning into, and people that kind of don't like practice law or whatever, you know, in terms of that 70-day date, like a speedy works against both sides. You know, I mean, there's definitely a strategy to it from the defense side of it, because you're hoping to catch the state with their pants down a little bit, because like the reality, I know that people that don't like practice law, they're irritated by the continuances and how it takes so long to get to trial, but there's just a ton of stuff to do that, you know, to get ready for a trial like this. It's a big deal. It's a lot of work.
I think it's more of a bluff
for
by
both
the defense.
sides to prepare.
I think the defense is just bluffing, knowing that they're going to be able to continue it if they want to by continual motion after motion and saying, hey, we're just not ready, and then the prosecution, I've actually heard
you could be right.
Well, I know, but let me just finish my sentence though. So the prosecution, I know from behind the scenes that they've been ready to go for a long time. they just want to get to the case to trial, but they'd like to do it in a way where it was sort of like an ethical way. I think the two attorneys that Baldwin and Rosie have proven to be just absolute, I would just call them scumbuckets. I mean, these guys are doing stuff that, I mean, you know, I think they are purposefully leaking information using Westerman through Robert Fortson. They kept leaking it to various people out there for a long time after they came aboard to sell the Odinist theory, especially after that. Once they were going to go down the Odinist route, they used those guys to put out that information. They put out the Franks memorandum in a way that sort of circumvented the gag order. That all the information on that document should not have been seen by the public, but they put it on a server and let a few podcasters know about it, and then they download it, and then the gag order took over, and covered that document, but it was too late. It got out there. Then that same document was given to Westerman with the exhibits, including the photographs, okay? So why would Westerman then need to be in Baldwin's office taking photographs of those images? I believe that Westerman is merely saying that, because there's no way to prove he didn't do that, to cover for Baldwin and Rosie, to so that there's no culpability on their part. It was just some rogue actor that went in there, took those photographs, and distributed them without their knowledge. I think that they were purposely let out there to help sell their Odinist theory, because those images that were released, I've seen them, have branches put on them, and they wanted to see it all ties together, look. Right? That's my theory.
All right, so I'm going to respond. So I disagree, and here's why.
Yeah. I figured you
typically, well, yeah, I'm assuming that you'll allow me to respond, right?
Oh, yeah.
So typically, Gray, defense attorneys, the last thing that in the world that we want at trial, okay, is for pictures of two beautiful little kids that were brutally murdered being shown to the jury, because all it does is incite hatred and vitriol towards the person that's typically sitting at the table. You know, like there's I've never heard of I fight like hell in any case to try to limit the pictures of the victims.
Yeah, it's kind of like prejudicial, sort of, right?
Well, it's prejudicial, but we're all human beings, man. You know, and it's like.
So why not put them out where you're
looking at that?
Let me throw this in there to.
Well,
I know you can finish, but I want to throw it in there beforehand. But why not put them out now, so that people are sort of used to them? You know, by the time trial happens, it's like, oh yeah, seen that. They're gory and everything, but we've already seen those, and so you try to.
I don't think it would work that way, man. I think it would have the opposite effect. I really do. I mean, if the pictures leaked out, I mean, beside the disgusting nature of it, potentially being exposed to the family, going online and running into those pictures is repugnant to to every fiber of my being. I mean, that concept is horrific. But beyond that, it doesn't help them. I mean, it would just be sitting out there. And it would be stewing in the minds.
Yeah, well, I get it, but I need to be able to. I want to have a conversation, not soliloquies.
I think it has the opposite effect.
Right.
I don't.
I don't agree.
Once they put that thing out, once they put out the memo, and let me just explain in terms of pleadings.
Yeah.
There was no seal order on this case. They had no obligation to seal anything. Like Gull didn't have a brick on this.
Well, it was a gag order.
They sealed the PCA. Yeah. No, the gag order is different. This is a pleading. Okay. Just so you understand, the way that I talk to judges when I'm in the middle of a trial is through my pleadings. If I'm going to argue a point, I have to argue through my pleadings. That's how we converse with a judge. And it just so happens in trials in America, everything is public, which we all want it to be that way. So, I'm certainly not denying that the defense's strategy was to get their theory of defense out. There's no question about that.
Right, okay, but I want to have a conversation where I want to be able to speak sometimes, too, and interject, because it's my show, and I want to be able to throw some stuff out there. I know that you want to be like a trial.
But when I try to do that, you tell me...
Well, yeah, there's times where I was right in the middle of
I was just repeating what you were doing to me.
Right, but that's because I was in the middle of an actual sentence. I hadn't even put out a point yet when you interrupted me. So this one you've already
3 times to me when in the middle.
Okay, well, I'm going to hang up the phone in about 2 seconds if you keep doing this bullshit.
It's your show, dude. You do whatever you want.
I can do whatever I want.
I'm being very civil. We're having a good conversation.
Right. I think you think that, but here's the reality of it: is that those images were put out there because they probably made a calculated thought to say, listen, if we put these images out there, it'll help sell the Odin idea that we're putting out that points to somebody else, so they can all think, and they'll have these disgusting thoughts about the Odinists, not our client, because it's not him, everybody. That's exactly why they put those out. So your excuse that you had a minute ago is like, oh, it's devastating to put that out there, doesn't fit with what I just told you prior to that for the reason why they wanted to put those out there. Okay? So that's why I wanted to get that part in.
So So I was explaining to you why you're wrong about.
I know that. Well, why you believe I'm wrong, not that I am wrong.
Like in general.
I know that's your opinion.
I'm allowed to have my opinion,
right,
just as you are.
Right.
But I'm going to respond to it if you'll allow me to.
Mm-hmm.
So again, as a general proposition, defense attorneys would never want to release crime scene photos of the victims, especially if they're children, to the public, because you're incorrect. That gets it. Like the jurors, potential jurors, would get used to it. That's not how it works. We're all human beings. It would be shocking to the conscience, and especially if we're going to trial in 57 days. And then it was set for January 8th, so it would have been the same thing. So, and here's my point as to the Odin theory. They didn't need the pictures to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish. There's those that thought the Odin theory was a bunch of bullshit and it was insane and fantasy and a work of fiction.
Well, it is.
And then there's those that didn't.
Right, but then when they saw those photos and people said they're sticks, they went, "Oh my God, that's real."
The effect that they wanted it to have worked. It created and let me put it this way. So, typically in any criminal case, the thing that we see first and that we sit on is the probable cause affidavit, right? And just so you understand, that is we know that Liggett, we know that Holman, we know that Carter, we know that MacLeod were not there when the crimes took place. You know who else wasn't there? Baldwin and Rosie.
Mm-hmm.
So all these guys are looking at the exact same evidence. So when law enforcement puts their case together, right, they come up with a theory of the case. Now, we all know that they had the statement to Doolin for 5 years and it got lost or whatever happened to it. And 5 years later, they go back in October and talk to Rick Allen again when they find this statement, right? And right at that point, they decide, oh, well, we've always had this. This is clearly our guy. So that's a theory.
Well, I don't know if they said this is clearly our guy. They had to look into it.
That theory has to be proved up at let me just get this out, man.
I know. You just keep going.
That's the state's theory of the case, and it's nothing more. And then when it gets it has to be vetted at trial. You have to agree with that, right? Their evidence comes in, and it gets cross examinations take place. Experts are put on. The case is vetted. And it's the same with the defense. And so what typically happens is it's only the state's theory of the case. Like in 99% of cases that we look at in true crime, we are only hearing the state's theory of the case as it leads up to trial, typically.
Mm-hmm.
What made this case different is for one of the first times that I can remember, the defense got their theory of defense out so that it was out in the public at the same time. To me, as a defense attorney, all that did was balance the scales. Instead of all of us sitting there for 2 years, 3 years, however long it takes to get to trial in your typical trial, with just the state's theory where they've got him nailed to the wall. He's there.
Yeah,
we got the unspent case.
See, I don't agree with that stuff. Because they just invented a theory. Because the thing is, they had the Odin shit was talked about at the very beginning of the case. Law enforcement looked into it, and for whatever reason, they cleared those people. Okay, so you'd have to believe in a conspiracy theory that there were Odinists involved in the police department throughout the FBI, that they all conspired to clear the real Odinist killers and pin it on Richard Allen, knowing that there was a .40 caliber bullet. They looked around in town, found somebody that owned a Sig Sauer, and went, "Oh, that guy happened to be there too, and he also owns a Sig Sauer. Let's blame it on him." You'd have to believe in some crazy conspiracy theories that the police just purposely didn't want to go after a great lead. No way.
Are you just pretending like Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy don't exist?
We all know those people looked into it. We knew that they didn't think that. But the head investigators didn't. Why do you think they didn't? Why do you think that the head investigators didn't want to pin it on those guys right then? Because it must be a cover-up then. That means there's Odinists throughout the police departments and everything trying to protect them, right?
Explain to me the Turco bullshit. Then why is Holman changing what Turco said? You know what I mean? And you could be right. We could get to trial and the Odin bullshit could be blown apart, right? It's like right now all I know is that there were 3 cops who when I looked into them, they all seem to be legitimate cops. None of Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy don't appear when Ferenczi was alive to have been like crackpot cops. They all seemed like that they had been longtime law enforcement, respected guys, and they, for months, continued to investigate what Unified Command decided wasn't plausible. Now, like people talking about and when I heard about the Elvis Field shit and people saying, all right, he's got the IQ of a 7-year-old, I'm like, I don't give a shit. The guy said that he was there, and I haven't seen the photographs. I didn't ask for them. I've never seen them. You've seen them. I don't know anything about the antler shit. I don't know what was said to him when they were talking to Elvis Fields. Whatever. I mean, we'll find out when the pictures come out.
Well, no, I've seen them. I've seen them. There's no antlers near her head or anything. There's sticks all over the place. The ground is virtually covered. I just went out there in September. The ground is absolutely covered. I went all the way to the crime scene, and it's just littered with sticks and branches. And I mean, you could claim anything you want to do. I saw my name written in there. If I had looked at it quite right, I'd turn my head up. There's the G and the R. I mean, I saw everything. I mean, you can see whatever you want.
But the reality, and I hear what you're saying. I mean, that's what my backyard looks like, man. You lose branches in the winter. I get it. I feel what you're saying. Shit breaks off trees, and we're talking about a wooded area. I hear what you're saying. My counter to that is that Turco and a dude from Harvard said something different than what Holman is claiming that he said. Now, we can disagree with Turco, who's the Purdue guy, and the Harvard guy, but they certainly said that it appears that somebody was trying to mimic Germanic runes.
Yeah, I mean, that whole thing, I've admitted that earlier. That part bothers me.
They might be full of shit. I don't know.
Right, but I said that earlier on the show today. I said that the Holman with the professor and him not knowing where the professor was and all this crap, and then he really was sort of more supportive of it. That's something that, they shouldn't have done. But I think this is probably what happened here is, the whole probable cause was based on Richard Allen. There's no obligation whatsoever for them to put in something about odinous in the probable cause about Richard Allen, except it seems like the defense is saying, hey, you left that out. It was exculpatory. They should have put that in there. And it just doesn't really make any sense that you would have to put that in there. But I think what happened was
if there's potentially
but it's not though.
There actually is an obligation.
But it isn't though. It isn't though. This is. Well, it is. It was years before. They already ruled them all out. They didn't even have any clue that anybody was going to be talking about this again. And all of a sudden they dug around and got some YouTubers like Julie Melvin and whatnot to say, hey, look it, there's a odinous theory. And they went, ooh. Then they saw that they were actually investigating that. Then they dug into that, and the prosecution was probably like, oh, my God, they're really going down this route. Then they have to go find all the stuff that they got rid of years ago that had nothing to do with anything. They've already ruled out all those people. Do you think that they purposefully... Let me ask you this. Do you think... Let me ask you... Well, obviously...
Command?
Let me ask you this. Do you think that they...
Again, there were three cops...
I'm asking a question. Do you think that they purposefully... They purposefully, knowing that these odinous guys might have something to do with this case, that they purposefully didn't want to arrest them for some other nefarious reason? Do you think that's a truth?
I don't know. I would hope. Okay. I would hope not.
Oh, jeez.
I honestly would hope not. But for people to pretend like Odinism or whatever the fuck you want to call it isn't a thing in Indiana is full of shit. I mean, it clearly is. I live in kind of rural Illinois.
I saw an FBI agent say the opposite.
I had never heard of it myself.
Well, I saw an FBI agent. I saw an FBI agent say the exact opposite of what you just said. They said we've never heard of that ever happening where there's.
Well, what do you mean? That's
ritual
what I just
sacrifices.
Said. I live in rural Illinois. I've never really heard of it. But when you start going on these guys' Facebook pages and you see that there's Odin's Den tattoo parlor in Delphi, it's a thing there. I mean, we can't pretend like that doesn't exist in the world because it does. So I have no idea.
Okay,
but you're jumping to conclusions
you think it's a conclusion?
I'm certainly not ready to say, of course it could have been Odin's, of course it's a conspiracy. I don't know because I haven't seen the evidence.
I know, but here's what you'd have to believe, though. No, but listen, you have to. What the defense is trying to do by inserting, ooh, look, there's two Odinist guards. You'd have to believe that there was this vast cover-up, that nobody was willing to step outside of that you had this all the way through the Indiana State Police, maybe even some FBI agents. that are all part of an Odinist cult that went out of their way not to pin it on the real killers and then waited 5 years to pin it on some lackey. Why didn't they do that 3 years ago? I mean, why didn't they, if they were already going to be pinning it on somebody else, why didn't they do that 2-3 years ago and bring up that same information? What took them so long? Can you answer that one? That's weird, isn't it?
Well, it's as weird as them losing Richard Allen's statement for 5 years, isn't it, Gray? That's pretty fucking weird too.
Well, I just think that's just one of those ridiculous things where you put it in a system,
right?
And somebody didn't say something.
There's a lot of ridiculous things in this case, for sure, right? We can agree on that, right? A lot of ridiculous shit. In this case.
There is some
kind of my
shit
point
out there. Yeah, there is some stuff like that. That bothers me. It's like, why didn't Dan Doolin at one point say, like a year later,
how did
did you guys ever talk to that guy?
Talked to the guy 2 days before, Well,
I mean, it seems like you would. He might have put it in the system, like I said earlier in the show, and thought that, okay, I put it in the system. They're going to go through these again, and then later he thought, they must have cleared him because. But it seems like a year later he would have said something like, or even months later, just gone. Did you guys ever look into that one guy, man? He said he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. What I thought was weird in the little narrative that we do have from him is that after talking to him, he goes, we got to figure out who those 3 girls were. It's like, okay, how about the guy right in front of your face? Look at him. He just said he was there, But anyways.
Yeah, no, look, man, I mean, defense, they have a job to do, right? Like you don't expect the defense to go in there and just agree with the state's theory, right? I mean, that's not what the job is, dude. I mean, they got to go in there and they're going to look at the same shit. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's like every case, no matter, forget about Delphi. And again, like people are in here, like, I don't know if you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I don't know jack shit about the Odin thing. So people are like talking to, I'm not saying that that's legitimate. I don't know jack shit until trial. So the chat can relax. Because anybody who's misconstruing what I'm saying about the Odinism thing, you're clearly not understanding.
Well, you said it's a real thing.
We know
it's a real thing.
All I know about the Odinism thing is that there were 3 cops that saw fit to continue to investigate it for months after Unified Command poo-pooed it. And that one of them, Click, and no matter how the murder sheet played that off, Click, Murphy, and Ferenczi investigated the hell out of it for months after Unified Command. And you're talking about, like, Unified Command was really a smaller crew of law enforcement guys. It wasn't the bigger collective. It was kind of the main core guys.
So what you're saying is that makes it more likely one of them is an Odin.
Ray, I want you to convince me why I should think that Elvis Fields is made that shit up. That's what I want you like people pretending like Elvis Fields didn't say that shit, and not when he's being investigated. He walks back up after they interview him, walks to Murphy's car and says that shit to him. That I spit on what if you find my saliva on Abby's head and I have an excuse for it, am I still in trouble?
Isn't he the one that had mental illness? Isn't he the one that had mental illness though? Isn't he the one that had mental illness? That's one of the
shit. No, he's got the IQ of a 7-year-old. That does not sway me.
Okay, so
I think that a low IQ person would be more inclined to just blurt out stupid.
Okay,
shit
let me ask you this then. Okay, so you're not willing to. Okay, so that one you're okay with. But what about when Richard Allen confessed to his wife and mom and multiple other people?
I got to hear him. We all have to hear him.
I know, but even his attorneys in court. But hold on. Okay, but let me finish though. Hold on.
In court.
No, but in court, his attorney said, "Yeah, it does appear that
I was there."
He said,
"I was there."
It does appear that he admitted it. All right, so you could hear it or whatever, but they even his attorneys for once admitted something like that. So it's pretty amazing. So you have that information, and there's other people that he told it to too. Now, don't you think the timing of him going crazy just doesn't hold the smell, pass the smell test? I mean, you're talking about everything was fine. He was exercising, reading books, etc. Then all of a sudden he's confessing on the phone, and then his wife goes, "Oh my God," and calls Baldwin and says, "Oh my God, he confessed." The next day, they're like, "Oh, his treatment in here is crazy. Hey, Richard, start drooling on your shirt and start chewing on these papers. Doesn't that look great? Oh, look how crazy he is. This prison got nuts in here." he became nuts and he confessed.
Yeah, no,
it's ridiculous.
I think that's absolutely the proper argument for McLeod to make. It seems awfully convenient. I don't disagree with you at all.
How would you battle it?
But here's the thing.
What would your battle? How would your battle be back?
I'm not going to argue the point. I think it is a highly convenient set of circumstances which the defense put forth. In terms of the timing of it, like that, there's no denying that. If I'm McLeod, I'm making that exact same argument. But here's what I'm saying. Like I've just, I've been visiting my clients in prisons and jails for a long time, man. And prisons and jails are rough places, like in general. And prisons especially do not take kindly to child killers or child rapists. Like, you typically are not going to survive in prison. What felons don't give a shit about, or guards, is the presumption of innocence. You understand what I'm saying? So when they're housing Alan in a place wherein you've got convicted felons and you've got guards, they're not worried about the principle of presumption of innocence at all. They're looking at Richard Allen as a guy who killed two beautiful little girls. So, like, the concept being is that the defense understands that there's no way in hell that they're ever going to be able to prove that these Odin guy guards that had their patches, which we all know is true. I mean, we saw the affidavits. I mean, there were a couple of guards, and it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. Prison guards are trying to get fucking guys to admit and make confessions all the time. Like that.
But I always say this: why didn't they give him extra?
My guy in Nebraska, they tortured this guy, and it wasn't like physical per se. It was, they wouldn't let him sleep. Like, they'd be banging on the walls. They'd keep his lights on. They would be sleep deprivation type shit. It was like mental warfare.
Why didn't they treat him? Why didn't
they
say
horrible shit to him all the time?
Why didn't they
treat
him like a god?
I don't know what Rick Allen's mental state is, but what I am suggesting is that from the defense side of it, I would never be able to prove, because I would never be able to get these guards to admit that they were standing 2 feet away from Allen every phone call he ever made, and that they said, "Hey, you don't fucking admit that you killed those kids, I'm going to go fucking rape your wife and kill your fucking kid." Like there's no way they could ever prove that, right? So in terms of but to think that that's an impossibility is a little bit naive. I mean, that, and I just say that from experience. I've been in prisons. They're a rough place. And I just know that those types of things can exist. So I hear what you're saying, man. And all I'm saying with the confessions is, like, if Rick Allen gives details that he wouldn't otherwise know unless he's the guy, then he's done, right? Then the conversation's over.
Yeah.
But if it's like him just saying, like, at the end of a conversation, "Oh, and I killed the girls," and like Kathy's like, "What the fuck did you say? I killed the girls." You know what I mean? It's like, we have to hear it.
But why didn't the Odinist guards treat him like a god, though? They should have been like, getting him extra food. Man, they're going down for something they did, man. So we'd have to believe that the Odinist guards that are in the prison were somehow put in that position.
Like that,
but I'm still in the middle of a sentence there.
I don't know.
So there's two guards that were put in there. Do you think that they were planted by? So there's so many Odinists that they just happen to be some there, or were they planted by higher ups that were covering for the other Odinists? Because that's what the defense is really implying.
I think they were just dudes.
Well, that's what they're implying. The defense.
I think they were. I think it's a rather popular thing in Indiana.
Okay, but so then why were they? So they must have had some knowledge of the murders then, for them to be treating him so differently, right? Those two guys.
For certain. Like, every guard knows.
No, I mean of the real killers is what I'm. No, what I'm saying is, those two Odinist guards must have had knowledge of the real killers to have it make a difference to Richard Allen that they are Odinists. Because what difference would it make? They would just treat him like every other person. The patches wouldn't mean a damn thing. So why were the patches brought up by the defense? What does it matter? They're implying.
I don't know that it does.
No, I know, but what they're doing is they're implying a larger conspiracy with Odinism prevalent throughout law enforcement. That is what they're trying to do, and that they're all connected to trying to pin it on Richard Allen.
Now, like, juries never buy conspiracy.
I know, but that's what they're doing. That's what
they
they're
really
doing.
don't. It's like I hear what you're saying. Like strategically, I may not have done that. I can see why they did it, because the more likely scenario, all I'm saying is that prison guards understand in a high-profile case, if they can get a guy to fucking confess, that they've done a good thing. Like, despite, like, they don't give a shit about Odinism or anything else. They think that this guy's a child killer. And like, it's what I'm saying with, like, my guy in Omaha. Like, they were trying to get him to talk. They were trying to get him to confess to it, because if law enforcement didn't have the opportunity to get them in a room without counsel or to interrogate them, like, that's typically where you get your confessions. You know, sometimes they're coerced, sometimes they're not. Sometimes people crack and spill, you know what I'm saying? But, like, in a case where law enforcement didn't have that opportunity, the guards will pick up that mantle, and it's not at the behest of anyone. So I hear what you're saying. Like, the fact that they added the fact that they had these patches may have hurt them, because it causes people to think exactly what you're thinking. Like, oh, so now we've got two Odin guards that were planted in there, and it's a huge network of fucking Odin people. But I get what you're saying.
But that's not. But that's actually.
And I think that it does hurt it.
But that's what they're doing too. It's not like it's just.
I hear you.
They are literally trying to sell the conspiracy narrative, because they even went into, like, here's what the patch looked like. We've got the thing here. And they're definitely Odinists, and then they're trying to pin it on an Odinist with runes and everything like that. And they're saying, why weren't they continued to be covered? They stopped looking into it. So therefore, they're covering for real Odinists. That means there must be Odin, you know, so it's just wild. That is what they are trying to do.
I know,
I
feel you. Yeah. Well, one of your people, Beach Girl, I've been going into prisons for 20 years. What makes you say I have no idea about prison? Like, answer in the chat. I'm curious. Sorry, Gray. It's like I was looking at some of your chat.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't, like, people telling me what I don't know when they don't know me is weird. You know, but as a criminal defense attorney, I spent a lot of time in jail.
Well, she said. Well, what she's really saying is, like, you don't have any experiences being a prisoner yourself.
Yeah,
but
thankfully that is true.
But you've listened to what your clients say has happened to them. Like, how do you really know, though? Were you there when?
For certain. Yeah, I mean, you know, and you obviously have to take some things with a grain of salt. But, so, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, but my whole thing has always been, look, based on the evidence that we have, and you're absolutely right. I tell people the exact same thing, that the investigation into Rick Allen just started at the time of arrest.
Exactly.
You know, like the investigation into these things, that it really picks up steam post-arrest, because they have more access to the defendant than any time they had pre-arrest. That's when they're getting into his house for the searches. That's when they're getting his vehicles, all his devices. You know, all that shit happens. They start talking to all the people that he knows. You know, it's a much broader investigation post-arrest. I tell people that all the time. It's like the people that think that investigations end at the time of the arrest, it's the diametric opposite of that. That's when it really heats up, because they then, that's when they're digging into the guy that they got. You know, and typically, like I have cases that go 2-3 years. Like, they'll still be investigating up until the day before trial. You know, I mean, they're always trying to build the case. You know, like no state's attorney is ever going to say, yeah, I feel we got everything we need. Like, the state's attorney is always going to say, hey, keep going, man. Like, the more that we have, the better. You know, like, it's so. I mean, you could be right, and that's what I'm saying. I have no idea. Like, I'm not sitting here saying Rick Allen's innocent, because I don't fucking know. I haven't seen the evidence.
Okay.
You know,
let me talk. Let's talk about some of the evidence part.
It leans innocent to me. That's all.
Okay, so let me. I don't know if you can see my screen or anything. You probably can't, because
I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you up on my computer.
Okay, so you might be like a few seconds behind, but I have this animation that I'm working on that really kind of just shows the whole damn thing. So if you look in here, so Richard Allen, you know, he says he gets there at, I'm sure that you don't believe when he switched it to 12 to 1:30 in the October, because he said he passed 3 girls and the 3 girls saw him, and he said when he got there he saw the 3 girls, and those other 3 girls who have a timestamp of 1:26, they saw him coming in then, so it's 1:30. He changed it from 12 to 1:30 in October because he knew the actual time that he had told Dan Doolin was more important. Now, you might not believe what Dan Doolin said, But then you'd still have to believe that there's 3 girls that have never come forward. And so you got these 3 girls right here. This is 12:43-ish. They walk up, and they keep walking like this. And right when they get to this bench area here, Richard Allen, a black vehicle. I have it, it's right on the screen. It's kind of, you can't see it right there, but let me play it. Here it comes. That's Richard Allen's vehicle. It's driving by. It goes by the Hoosier Harvest store at 127, and it's going to come over here, and those 3 girls are hanging out by the bench over here. Then he drives up, and he parks the car right here at the abandoned CPS building. He said it was an old building, and then he walked directly to the... First he called it something else, right? So anyways, he gets out of the car. Now, let me speed it up. So here's Richard Allen in blue there. Just for the blue jeans, the blue jacket, whatever the hell you want to do. And then the 3 girls are down here. Can you see them down below walking? So now they're walking out, and they pass him. Somebody had a witness account from one of these 3 girls, and they said it was right here, right when you break out of the trees. But it was right after he goes over the Freedom Bridge here. So you'll see, and I'll speed it up once this happens. So they pass here. So this is Richard Allen. This is exactly what he says. So about 1:34, I have him passing the girls. That's reasonable, right? He passes over there and walks around. Passes the girls, and it takes, from here, it takes 10 minutes to walk to, let me go down here. So it takes 10 minutes to walk to the start of the bridge. So I'm going to zoom in, and here he comes. And now it's about 1:44. But right around the same time, this is when Betsy Blair is driving over here. Watch, those 3 girls go, she's driving underneath as those 3 girls are passing over Old State Road 25. And then Betsy Blair is right there, and Richard Allen is standing, because this is him. Yeah, I mean, he said it was him walking there. There isn't another person. He passed the 3 girls. So Betsy Blair parks, she gets out. Now watch this. There's Betsy Blair. She walks towards the bridge and does not pass anybody while she's walking until she gets to the bridge. She's 50 feet away and sees a person standing on platform 1, which is only 6 minutes after the time Richard Allen would have had to have been there if he walked on his own directly from his car. And he's standing on platform 1, and she says she saw the guy standing on platform 1, and then turns around, and as she's walking, right before that, Abby and Libby were dropped off. So if we pan back a little bit here, look at, there's Kelsey's car right up here, and the car pulls over. Betsy Blair is just walking at this point, and Abby and Libby get out of the vehicle. They're walking slower because they're just hanging out. Betsy Blair's there to exercise. So look, she walks to the bridge and then turns around, and halfway from the bridge to the parking area, she passes Abby and Libby. Now guess what? The next person that Abby and Libby is going to see is Richard Allen at the bridge. And then Richard Allen, I think, just walk back a little bit back here, let the girls feel safe, then at some point followed them across the bridge, because look at Betsy Blair continues to walk. I think she goes to the Freedom Bridge way over here, and look what she does. She goes to the Freedom Bridge, she comes back, goes right to her car, and did not see him. So that means he hadn't come out and left this way. He still is in this area here. So that's Richard Allen. Betsy Blair gets in her red vehicle and drives away at the exact time that Libby's filming the killer at the end of the bridge, says, guys, down the hill, then takes them over near the crime scene, and then they end up being killed over there. And at that moment, there's nobody in the park, the whole area, other than Richard Allen and Abby and Libby. So what do you think of that? Like, you look at that and you think, well, shit, how could it not be him based on the circumstantial evidence of all the witnesses? He'd have to have run into the woods and have somebody else jump in onto the bridge and look just like him, and in that 6-minute window, you see.
Yeah, so like for your purposes, you know, I agree with you, you know, but in terms of in like, it just drives me nuts. So Beach Girl, my stance is that we have to wait until trial. Like, what is my stance?
I don't know.
Like, how many times do you have to say?
I don't know if you have
I don't
something.
know if he's innocent or guilty.
Well, let's just focus on what we're talking about.
People just.
Yeah. But forget the chat. I feel the same way. Don't worry about the chat.
Like, are you getting the sense, Gray, that I'm sitting here saying Richard Allen's innocent? Like, is that what you're taking from me?
Well, I don't know. I don't think that. I think you're sort of like you're doing like you're like a defense attorney is. You're sort of looking at
Well, because I am, and for the record, no, I wasn't a public defender. I've been private attorney for 23 years, along with my wife.
Okay. But I want to go over what I just showed you. So how would you?
Here's what.
So
first of all, there were 4 girls.
I know there was 4 girls, but only 3 were witnesses.
The number of girls don't match up.
Yeah.
Every single girl gave a different description, and like I'm not sweating them on that. You know, it's like if you don't know. Like, but that's why eyewitness testimony is rough, you know? Like, if you're not in the moment, you don't know that you're supposed to commit something to memory.
Right.
Like, if you don't know that that's important when they're walking by this fucking
I mean, there are 4 girls. There are 4 girls, but only 3 of them they use. I don't know if one of them was too young or whatever.
But I mean, but we can't pretend that there weren't 4 because there were. So, and again, all this shit's gonna come out of trial. Like, we're all arguing. Like, and to be honest, Ray, I don't typically get into these debates because we just don't know all the evidence. You know what I mean? It's like I read the fucking documents, man. Like I go through the shit that we know, and I leave all the speculating to everybody else to argue about because they may have a shit ton against Alan and he gets convicted. You know, so there's nothing to argue about. But like based on what we know, I know that all the girls gave differing descriptions.
Right, but we all know it's the same person that they saw, though. I mean, here's the thing. I know what you're saying. But I just want.
I don't know, man. Like they're given different clothes.
I know, but they're all. But here's
sizes,
the thing. But here's the thing. It's easy. People just remember things. All black is sort of consistent. He was dark. He was in the woods while they saw him. Okay, but here's the thing. They all saw one person coming in. They all agree with that. So whether or not they have a little different descriptions isn't really a big deal because it was just one person. None of them said, well, we saw 3 guys. The one I remember most was the guy wearing all black. And, hey, I saw another one, the one I remember. They just saw one person. One said blue jeans, light blue jacket. One said all black. The other one said light blue jeans and a dark blue jacket. So it's close, you know. So, but they all saw one person. And he admits to seeing those.
And I'm not sweating you. Like I said, like, you know, like I said, people aren't in the moment when you don't realize that you're seeing something important. It's just a fucking guy that walked by them, so they're doing the best that they can to remember what it was. So
exactly, just like the car.
Which is always the problem with eyewitness shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but here's my larger point: is that everything's going to come out at trial because, like, whether or not they found Rick Allen's phone, right? And we know that they took a shit ton of phones. He had a drawer full of old phones. I don't know if he was still using his phone. I don't know if he'd update his phone every couple of years. I don't know if he traded his shit in when he got a new phone. I don't know any of those answers. You know, I mean, in a perfect world, he'd have the same phone, and then they're going to be able to geolocate exactly where the fuck he was, exactly the time, and all the mystery's over.
I saw somebody on a show the other. I saw somebody. You probably know that somebody on the show the other day said, or yesterday, I watched a little bit of somebody, another sort of like a pro Richard Allen, and they were saying, you can tell exact to the pinpoint where somebody is off of a cell tower. And I'm like, no, you can't. Especially when there's one tower. That's the one by Logan's house. You know what's crazy about that tower? If you draw a line from Logan's house to Richard Allen's house, you want to hear something crazy? The line goes right over the center of the bridge. It's just real. So he can get off by saying, well, you don't know what the distance is. I was at home when my phone pinged. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But anyways.
Yeah. So, but like what I'm saying with the device itself, the GPS locating on the device, even back in 2017, was a thing. So the device, if they're able to get his, like in this BB guys, like I'm playing. What am I playing dumb about, dude? Like, who is this person in your chat?
I know, but you know, it'd be better if you don't read the chat. I get the same shit all over the place.
Oh man, but you know how frustrating it is.
It does suck. Yeah,
you know, it's like we're having an intelligent conversation. We're being respectful to one another. We can agree to disagree on shit. That's fair. You know, like you and I are being adults. We're not name calling. You know, it's like the people in the chat just need to relax. You know, it's like I'm just a guy who has an opinion. You're allowed to disagree with me. Be civil. I'm certainly not playing dumb. And if B9 wants to come on and debate me, bring it on, bro. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, don't sit behind your keyboard and talk shit. Jump on with us and talk shit. So, but
I don't do panels. I don't do panels.
Like the one thing that happens, Gray, is when they arrest Alan, okay, and they go back and they talk to all the witnesses, they bring with them something called a 6-pack. All right, they do it on every arrest.
Okay, so what they did in one of those pictures was Rick Allen, and the 5 others were guys that looked kind of similar to Rick Allen.
Well, hold on a second. You were talking about the phone ping. We were on the phone ping thing. I wanted to keep going on that for a second.
No, I'm with you, but it goes to the like. I wanted to go back to the identity because you jump back. I'm definitely going to go back to the phone thing. But in terms of those 6-packs, what we know at this point is that no one positively ID'd Allen.
No, it's kind of blurry.
From the 6-packs.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like that's going to come out at trial. But again, that doesn't mean anything. If he was whatever, if he had a mask on, it's like how are they going to identify him if he had a mask on? So, but as far as the phone stuff, I mean, like, I don't know what the geofencing shit means. Like it could mean nothing. It could mean that there were 3 other devices that were walking around where the girls were found the next day. Like if I'm the defense, I have to be honest with you. I'm probably trying to destroy the state's timeline and saying that the girls were not killed anywhere around 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. That they weren't there, that they were taken from the scene, that they were brought back and dumped later. Like I mean that's like if I'm the defense attorneys, that's what my whole approach is because you're right. I mean, if your timeline's right, and Allen is going to be able to be shown to be there from what he said initially to Doolin, which is from 1:30 till 3, then he's stuck in that because I mean no jury's going to buy him changing his timeline in 2022, right? I mean they're going to be like, okay, buddy, right.
But you also see him. The killer is on the bridge.
Like so, if I'm the defense, I'm like fuck 1:30 to 3. The girls were taken from the scene.
Right. But he's on the bridge.
And this happened someplace different, and they came and dumped the bodies there.
But here's the thing: that still doesn't even absolve Richard Allen, though. The thing is at 2:13, Libby films the same guy that was standing on platform 1, based on even Richard Allen's own description. I mean, it's literally exactly the same as the guy, and it's coming towards Libby, and he tells the girls to go down the hill. That means that's the person who kidnapped them. So that's Richard Allen. So whether or not he's the killer, if you want to say that he took him somewhere, they took him in a van, killed him, and then brought him back down the crime scene, that's why nobody saw him late at night, you can make that argument, but Richard Allen is the guy that at least felony murder, because he's the one that kidnapped him.
Maybe he is. Yeah, you're right. I mean, felony murder, like if people in the chat don't know, I mean, that is the easiest way to, like they don't have to prove the murder, which is why they originally charged him with it. Like as a defense attorney, whenever I see felony murder, I know that they don't have the evidence to get him on the murder. That's why they're trying to get him, on the underlying felony. Because with felony murder, all they have to do is prove the kidnapping, and then if the girls died as a result of the kidnapping, he's on the hook for the murder too.
Right. But
so obviously,
but it's interesting when they added those other 2
murders, the straight up murders now.
But it's interesting that they added those 2 in. That means they're more confident at something that they have when they added the other 2 charges in there.
It would appear that way.
Yeah.
It would appear that way. It would appear that way. I mean, but they'll always be able to fall back on the lesser,
felony
lesser included. Like the felony murder's still there. It doesn't supplant it. He's just adding it in there. But like I think that also gives the idea of exactly the way that you felt about it. If they're adding them, they must have more. It does plant that seed in all of our heads. But like, do you have any buddies that are really short? Like 5'4", like so. Like I've got a, but like the first time, like I didn't know Rick Allen's height, like when he was arrested, until I went down to Delphi because I always go down for the hearings. And the first time they walked this dude into the courtroom, I was like, holy shit! Like I had no idea that he was a little dude. So when I turned around, my point being, when a man's that short, that's like the first descriptive fact that you're giving when you see him. Hey, he was a really short guy. You know what I mean? And like none of those witnesses says, yeah, he was a super short guy. It's like when you see a guy, do you have any friends that are 5'4" that are male? Like honestly,
not really. But what's weird is early on in the case, I actually, using the photograph, I came up with like 5'3" to 5'5", something like that, and people went, I don't think so. And then I was sort of looking at it, well, maybe it's 5'8" or something. But I had him really short, and everyone thought it was crazy. I remember doing that. But The thing is, if you ever see his pictures in 2017, he's strong.
Like, if we're being honest, like you would expect every witness to be like, dude was short as hell. You know what I mean? And like not like
right.
Like somebody in the chat said, like, I think one of them said he was shorter.
Yeah, and one of them said I came up to his shoulder, and that may make her about 4 foot.
Right, and she's a tall girl though.
Yeah, I don't know which one said it.
Like she was the tallest. Like I saw a picture, somebody posted it somewhere online, but I don't know, man. Like my whole point is, Gray. I hear what you're saying, and I'm not dismissing it because I don't know what the evidence is. You know what I mean? It's like that. Like that's always my point. People can come to conclusions. People can and like I say, like I lean innocent just based on what I know, and I don't know shit at this point. I know just what was in the PCA, and as you aptly noted, they've been collecting evidence for a long time. They've been collecting it for a year and a half post arrest. I don't know what they have. You know, they could have collected a lot more shit. But you know, so like when we get to trial, then we'll know. You know what I mean? And I guess the question will become.
Right. I totally agree with you. Yeah, we'll get a lot more. But what about the remember the Odin document? So they were trying to make it. So I know he's only, you know, I saw another document recently where he said he was 5'6". So I was like, well, how did he get to that? But anyways,
nah, he's small, dude.
Yeah, I mean 5'6" is still pretty small.
I was like, holy shit.
But the thing is, when you look at him in 2017, he's much stockier, looks totally different.
Way stockier.
And like, so I think
he's much stouter.
Right. So I think at that point, when people say, you know, that whole part in the Odin document, that single solitary man acting alone with dexterity, that whole segment was so childishly written, it was embarrassing. I did one. I used Mr. Rogers, where I had him putting his sweater into the closet, and I used the same technique. And man, it seemed like the most complicated thing in the world.
That it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
One man, single solitarily, pulling his one sleeve through the jacket. Then him with dexterity took the arm, and I mean it's so stupid.
I was to be honest with you, I was not a fan of that either. You know, like from a defense attorney's perspective, I kind of loved that they got their theory of defense out there. They didn't need to spend 14 pages of how it was impossible for Rick to have done this thing alone.
And he could.
Like,
he could,
sometimes less is more.
And he could, right? You agree with that? Like a person you've been around. One killer could do this. What happened there, right? In an hour and a half.
I mean,
right?
if he was one dude, then we know, and he's the guy, then we know that one dude could do it.
Right.
I mean, if you're of the mindset that Koberger is one dude and he did it,
well, I am.
I mean, clearly one dude can do it. You know what I mean? So, and it's like, you know, like, so yeah, like if I'm writing, like I was saying, from a defense attorney's perspective, I loved the fact that they were getting their theory out just to kind of even the scales of justice leading into trial. Do I think that they needed 136 pages? No, I don't. No. You know, like, but am I sweating them because they got their theory out so that both the state's theory and the defense's theory out? Because frankly, it should be like that all the time. You know, I'm not sweating the defense for getting their shit out there.
Yeah.
Do they have to go like to the extent that they did? No, they didn't.
So you think there should always be like?
And I don't know if Baldwin and Rosie were arguing about, you know, because it's like when you're hitting the file button on something like that. Mm-hmm. As a lawyer, you're freaking the fuck out. You're like, oh my God, am I sending this out into the world?
So do you think it should be do you think there should be a probable not cause that the defense always gets to put out?
No. I've got no problem with the state putting their theory out. What I'm saying is as a rule, why shouldn't the defense get their theory out if they have one? Mm-hmm. Like in a majority of cases, like let's be real.
This might be
a majority of cases the cops get it right. You know, I mean, a majority of cases they have the evidence.
Right.
Like when something's going to trial, like most cases plead out. Like 96% of cases plead out, and most cases aren't murder. You know, it's like I've been a defense attorney for a long time, man. I dealt with the entire gamut: theft, battery, drugs, all the shit, all the crimes, right? You know, it's like we all focus on the murders, but, you know, most of the times the cops get it right. Most of the times they do the job right. Most of the times the cases plead out. So typically when you're going to trial, if you're seeing it to go to trial, there's typically going to be issues of fact that are in dispute, you know? So like that's what I'm suggesting in cases like that. And and that's not to say that there aren't, because ultimately it's your client's decision whether or not they're going to go to trial. Like, I don't get to choose for them. If I'm like, look, dude, we're going through the discovery together. You're fucked. Like no silver tonguedness is getting you off this thing. They have you dead to rights. And if your guy's not listening to you, he's like, don't give a shit, I want to go to trial. Then you have to go to trial. But if you're looking at it and you've got some,
I think that's what Koberger's doing. That's what Koberger's doing.
Yeah, I think I thought that was a very strong PCA.
Oh my God, he is absolutely. I think I've talked to somebody that sort of has a little, and it's like in that case they think that that's why she's not even really up on all the shit, because she's already kind of just sort of given up. She's seen the information that they have, and she's not even wouldn't you be just pumped to look at it? I mean, Jesus.
Oh my God! Well, that Garcia case they handled in Omaha, it was brutal. All of the murders were, brutal knife murders. The third victim was shot and stabbed, but it was my client was a doctor that had been fired from his residency at Creighton University, and their theory, the state's theory was, and he was fired in 2001. And so the theory was that in 2008, he came back and killed the 11-year-old son and the housekeeper of the chair of the pathology department, because when he was fired in 2001, the state's theory was that followed him in his career and put a brick on his career. He couldn't advance, that he couldn't get a good job, that this thing haunted him to the point where 7 years later he finally comes and exacts his revenge, and the way that he does it is by, which to me would be the worst thing possible. Is somebody, I have 4 kids, somebody killed one of my children, it would be the most devastating thing that ever happened to me. I don't even know how I'd continue on, you know what I mean? So I can't think of a worse, I'd rather die. I'd rather that they killed me than my kid, so. And then 5 years after that, he comes back and kills the chair and his wife on Mother's Day in 2013. And so the state's theory was this revenge theme, and it was really a case that spanned 13 years. And yeah, those crime scene photos, man, were really, really hard to look at, really hard to look at, especially the little boy. He was 11, sweet little kid, so it's yeah, that's tough. That's tough to deal with, man. It really is. So, hey, man, I appreciate you having me on, and I actually really enjoyed the convo. So.
Yeah, it was cool. We get a little, everyone gets heated. You want to throw something in there sometimes. I have something I want to interject with, but it's hard not to be able to sometimes. But it's okay.
Yeah, and you know what? We handle it like grown-ups. You know what I mean? It's we're allowed to disagree about shit. And like you said, I'm a defense attorney, dude. So I'm gonna have my positions, and procedurally, we didn't even get to talk about it. Really, that's kind of where my beef has been, and really, I'm and it's not with McClellan. I mean, I actually feel sympathetic for Nick, because he's in a very small office, and this is a huge fucking case with a huge amount of evidence to prepare. It's just a lot of work to prepare for trial.
Apparently he's ready, though. He's been ready.
And I'm wondering, with this thing coming on Monday, I'm like,
what is this?
If we all want justice for the girls, which is what we want, I think Nick's time is better spent preparing for trial when it's only 57 days
I actually
away,
don't really.
That, my friend. Yeah. Goes in a blink of an eye.
I think what's going on right here
really
is, I think the prosecution, it wants to have this to, like you were saying before, how the defense wanted to put out their theory. I think the prosecution wants to put out their side of the story, because everyone's oh, look at the defense, they're mean, they're doing this. Now you get to hear the side, what the crappy shit the defense was doing, and I don't think there's any chance in hell that Gold can remove these 2 attorneys, though. There's no chance. I mean, if they
unless they have evidence of what you were saying.
Yeah.
Unless they were able to come up with evidence that Baldwin
colluded behind the
scenes, had instructed Westerman to put those things out. And look, man. I don't know whether or not. I know that he gave him the memo. That doesn't mean that he gave him all the discovery.
Well, it said that in that. It said that in McClellan's document.
You have to know. An email had to have occurred.
Well,
so that means
but
that
McClellan
they went through Westerman's email. Yeah. If they have that evidence,
that he already had the images.
She can if Baldwin put that shit out there intentionally, he's done. Like, well, I don't know if it pulls Rosie off the case.
Yeah, but listen to this for a second. McLeod said in that one, I don't know what it was, he was rebutting them, basically saying what's going to be in this hearing. And he said that Westerman had the Frank's memorandum with the exhibits. So then you have to ask yourself, why in the hell would he then need to go into Baldwin's office and take pictures of the same images that were given to Fortson?
Wait, did that say that in the affidavit? That he got the memo and the exhibit?
It mentioned that. It said something about the right at that time. Maybe if I misread that part, but that's what I got from it. It said that he got the memorandum prior, and
that's a big fact. That's a big fact.
Yeah, you might want to look at it.
I don't have the affidavit in front of me.
It's hard to find that.
I'll probably pull it up. Like that's a big thing. But what I'm saying is, like, whatever they did investigation wise, like, that they dug through Westerman's phone records and his emails. So, like, if that exists, I'm going to assume that didn't happen. I hear what you're saying. You think that it did. I don't think that it did.
But don't you think that's really weird, though?
That changes the entire dynamic of this thing.
But don't you think it's a little weird, too, that a friend...
that's willful.
Do you have any friends, though? I mean, like, he's a good friend of theirs, right, Westerman? So why would he... Do you know any friend of yours or anybody that would go into an office and take a picture of crime scene images and then start sharing them?
That has been the one...
That's crazy.
Gray, that has been the one question that I want answered. I haven't given a shit about anybody who got it, all the fucking people running around, who had it? I don't give a shit. I haven't given a shit. I haven't put in 1 ounce of content on my channel about the leak at all. Like, because I don't care who got it. I don't care who disseminated it.
Why did he do that?
All I want to know is why the fuck Westerman did it. That's the only question that matters, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, and that's kind of the heart of what I'm saying.
Why? Like, why? It's either... It can only be one of three things. It can only be at the behest of Baldwin. It can only be that Westerman did it because he's a sick fuck, and he wanted to, like, kind of create some kind of profile for himself by getting these things and sending it out there, which seems weird to me.
What's the third one?
Or it was at the behest of the state.
Oh yeah, well that's what
Snave's
trying to say.
But
I don't
believe that. Those
are
the only three possibilities that exist, right?
Yeah, what makes the most sense to me, though, is my theory, because they've been leaking. Westerman has been communicating with other podcasters and so forth for a long time. So you sort of wonder, like, is that where all this information was coming from, and was that done intentionally to get that out there? And then, like, I know that you're saying earlier about you don't want crime scene photos out there, but that wasn't my point. Is that they wanted those crime scene photos out to back up their Odin document because it does show branches.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is like the Odin document itself, like, did what they needed it to do without having to do that. You know what I mean? It's like you're going to have the portion of the population that's going to poo-poo it as crazy bullshit, right? And then you're going to have a portion of the population when they're
right.
It's like everybody, all of us did. We all got on Facebook and the socials and started looking these fucking five guys up.
But if the images got out, though, it would help prove it.
They
no, I agree with you.
Dudes. I don't know.
I agree with you there. Like, I think a lot of people were like, here's what I said. I went like this. Oh, what a load of crap, man. Anything can look like a... So then, but there are people, when they see these, go, oh, wow, those really are. Look at that. Those are ruined. So it might have helped sort of solidify people's beliefs.
That's what I'm saying.
To see the images. To see the images.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my whole counter argument to, like, that Baldwin wouldn't have needed to put the crime scene photos, because I think it would have hurt more than it helped, ultimately, at the end of the day. Because crime scene photos never help a guy that's in custody. You know, it's like people just want revenge as soon as they see that shit. And the guy that usually pays for it is the guy that's sitting at the table at trial. You know what I mean? It's like, that's just, we're all human beings and we want somebody to pay for this shit. So, like, to me, I would never do it. It would be crazy. It would be the worst strategy in the history of strategies. And my thing is like, if we believe that, now you said earlier on that you think that even in, I don't think Nick was ready. And the reason that I say that is just because
He has a very small office. He didn't even have Luttrell until October. He's a one-man show on a trial like this that is just, it's great. It is a huge amount of work. People just don't get, like, just lining up your witnesses and sending out the subpoenas and just like the brick and mortar of like building your case up to get it ready for trial. Just the menial shit takes forever. Like just preparing subpoenas for 100 witnesses and getting them served is a massive undertaking. Lining up all your experts and making sure that they're available on the trial dates is a massive fucking thing. Talking to all your witnesses, preparing their direct examinations, interviewing them again, getting them ready to testify is a fucking huge amount of work. And like, dude, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, neither side in May is going to be able to put on the case that they would love to put on. They're not, like, that takes years to get ready. It just does. That's why these cases that typically go 2-3 years that drive all the public nuts, like, why is it not going to trial? Because it just takes forever, not including all the pretrial motion shit that has to get filed and argued. Because that's when the real war is, really. Like, that's when you're fighting to get things into evidence, fighting to keep things out of evidence, because the trial is just the end game. You know, it's like the real war, I always tell people, is the pre-trial shit. And now, like I love it. Now we get to see way more of it. Like, because in the old days, we never heard about the pre-trial shit. It was just watching trial, and now they're actually televising pre-trial shit, which is very unusual if you think about it. You're probably around the same age as I am. I'm 54. I'm an old man. You know, but like, it was never, you would never see that shit. Now you're starting to see the interest in the pretrial motions, and that's really where the fight is, because that's where they're trying to keep evidence in, trying to keep it out, trying to keep statements out, trying to keep witnesses off the stand. You know, you get to see all that battling that goes back and forth, but that, of course, takes time. So, like, all that shit, and now what I'm saying with this speedy date, it works against both sides. It does. It's cutting Nick off at the knees.
But I think Nick's wanted to have.
Same for.
But I know from behind the scenes that he's been ready to go for a long time. That's the reality.
I mean, but like it's like that. Like, but I'm talking about the logistics of getting it ready. It doesn't matter like what you think. It's just like the reality.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, it's hard, but he's probably been ready.
It takes it's a lot of work.
Yeah,
and he's got a small office. You know, like he in March or whatever. You know, there was that video of him with the board, like begging for $5 fucking grand. He's like, I need help. I need $5 grand to hire somebody to come in and help me with it. You want a conviction? Like, he was saying this shit, and it was true. Like, and my whole thing with this thing on Monday is I'm like, Nick McLeod has been wasting time with this bullshit where he should have been just, like, spending every waking moment on trial, because I'm just saying,
I don't understand
58 days when you're preparing a case like this is like the blink of an eye.
It seems crazy they're having
not
a hearing
enough hours in the day.
now that they've sped up the trial. It's like, you know, like, that's why the defense wants the motion to push back the, you know, like, to not, I mean, after the trial is when they'd have the hearing, is what they wanted to do. And, you know, but the thing is, they keep filing motions themselves. They're trying to delay the hell out of this thing, you know? So it's, I'm
like,
not sure.
But, like, in like, the way that works, like, so the way that the clock works on a speedy is, you're right, if they file motions that is going to toll it, meaning it's going to stop the clock from running, and it counts against the defense. So say, for instance, you know, like for the motion the motion to dismiss is theoretically supposed to be heard in the afternoon on the 18th, right? So that's the one pending, and then the other one that they filed, the third Franks, that would theoretically, if she, like, but she's not going to grant it. You know, I mean, we all know that. Like, she's going to deny it without hearing. You know, it's
she
just,
probably has the other
like,
information.
if she does, they just want her to put the law in there. That's all I'm asking for. If you're going to deny it, put the law and like the reasoning why you denied it, just so there's an appellate record. You know, like, that's my whole beef with golf.
I thought couldn't she just say that based on the preponderance of the evidence that I see in there, regardless of the two items they're arguing against, I still see that there would have been the obligatory 51% for probable cause. That's it. Not
100%.
That's it.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, even with the first Franks, even if she had said, okay, I think you've proven up the fact that Liggett was not completely honest about, you know, what the witnesses saw, and he changed it up. Notwithstanding that, I think that there's still enough evidence to have and that was only for a search warrant. That wasn't the arrest warrant. That was just the warrant to search Allen's house. You know, that's what they were trying to suppress, as you noted earlier. So, you know, I mean, like, that wasn't like a motion to try to get rid of the arrest, which, you know, obviously there was a warrant for that too. So yeah, she absolutely could have came to that conclusion that there was enough evidence for the, you know, the search warrant. Even if I take those statements out from the witnesses, I still think there was enough. So I'm denying it on that. And like, just, but write that, you know what I mean? Like, write it in the order so the appellate court knows. That's my whole point. Like, the appellate court needs a record. And my beef with Gull is she's not creating a proper record, and she's not doing it even after the you know, the Supreme Court of Indiana said make a better record. You know, she's still just denying shit, and just she doesn't give any reason.
Well, she should have had that hearing instead of she should have had the hearing instead of, and she shouldn't have said, I'm going to find you guilty, basically, beforehand. She should have said, we can have a hearing, or you guys can decide not to have the public hearing.
She would have had to give them time, though. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole beef there.
But they already knew that there was a hearing coming. They already knew. No, but they already knew there was a hearing coming for weeks. They already had their attorney send in a letter.
Like that's not the way it works. Like, in real life, like, hearings are, they got to get notice. They have to be told that.
But they already knew that's what the hearing was
they're not idiots. They realized, obviously, like, there was talk, there was chatter between MacLeod and the judge. You know, everybody was talking about it, but neither the judge sua sponte, which means on her own motion, filed for,
why did he have his attorney write
kind
that?
Of removal hearing or a sanction hearing, and Nick didn't do it either.
But Baldwin's attorney,
what I mean? Like, if you're going to do
wrote
it,
a letter, though.
File the goddamn motion.
No, but look at, but Baldwin's attorney sent in a notice. Even
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're not idiots. Like, they've been having the conversations. They knew that. So he calls Hennessy. He's like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, because she won't tell us if we're actually having a hearing. But just in case she's trying to fuck us, write something up.
But even suggested the punishment.
You know what I mean?
Well, how about 24 hours of community service? Okay. But anyways, that's okay.
No, I think it was. I think it was a week without pay.
Or whatever the hell it was. It was just stupid. But anyways,
yeah,
that was good.
But my point is that there's rules. Follow them. Like, if they had done it, like, if MacLeod had filed what he filed after the Supreme Court order came down or the opinion came down, it's a different situation. Now, you know, at that point, then the Supreme Court is looking. Okay, well, do I think that it's enough to outweigh Rick Allen's Sixth Amendment right to counsel? I still think that they would have came down the same way. I think they would have reappointed him. You know, it's short of them proving that Baldwin did it purposefully. Like, they have to be able to prove, like contempt has to be willful, meaning, like, the easiest way to describe it to people is, like, most times when you see these rule to show cause or a contempt hearing, it's got to be willful, meaning that it was purposefully done. It can't be negligence. It's got to be like I'm ignoring a court order. Like, I'm explicitly ignoring a court order. I'm flipping my middle finger to the court and saying, fuck you, I'm not following your order. So, like, that's what they have to prove. And, like, everything that we've seen, that's what I'm saying, short of them being able to prove that Baldwin did it intentionally, like, they're just not going to meet that burden. But even if they do, the question then becomes, is it enough to outweigh Allen's choice of counsel? You know what I mean? Like, that's the shit that I'm, like, always talking about. Like, people are always like, oh, Mata's fucking, like, I'm like, nah, man, I'm talking about the procedural shit, because I'm a law nerd. You know what I mean? And it's like, I've never seen a case like this. And I've been on some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't get into the arguments that everybody else does, you know, about the evidence and stuff, because I don't know what the evidence is until trial. At trial, then we'll have those debates, you know, and they'll be fun. They'll be interesting. But we're all speculating until we know. We're going on the little bit that we know. So. Mm-hmm. But all right, you've been on forever, dude. I'm gonna.
Well, you've been on mine forever. All right. Anyways, yeah. Well,
yeah, I know.
It's the other way around. I'll cut you loose.
Dude, so.
Okay. Anyways.
So hey, man, thanks for having me on. I enjoyed it. Hopefully your subs didn't hate me too much.
I thought it was
a little
interesting.
Better idea of what I'm about.
Yeah. Well, cool. Well.
All right. I appreciate it.
Maybe we'll do it again sometime when there's some more information out there. Who knows?
Absolutely.
Appreciate you having me. All right. Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
All right, have a great weekend, man.
You too, bye. All right, that was Bob Mata, I guess. Is that his last name? That's what people were saying. Oh, jeez. Let's see. Thanks for calling in. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. Yeah, it was cool. It wasn't like Snay, the dipshit, when he called in. Snay doesn't even know what the hell he's talking about, like 90% of the time. When he says his name, he gets that right. Other than that, whew, wow. Yeah, but Cindy, there was no crime scene photos in the probable cause document that you saw. Only a few people were able to download it immediately, and then it wasn't still up on the ISP server. People had it out there where you could download it off their sites and everything like that, but it wasn't out there on the server. And nor were those ever put out there because other people would have seen them, downloaded them, and shared them immediately. So they weren't there. Yeah, but it's not financially worth that time. 8675309. As you can see, the just puttered down to an absolute lull, as we like to call it. No, I guess he's a defense attorney. I thought it was pretty interesting. Yeah, we know that they had it was attached, but never to the public, Cindy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The attachments were never available to the public. The attachments were available when they would send them to other people prior. They were never on a server. They never were. Because if they were, then that means Murder Sheet and everybody else like that would have had those photographs immediately and then told law enforcement, oh my God, did you guys realize? I mean, isn't that just obvious? Okay. I don't mean to. It's the same logic you got to use to, look at cases and so forth. But anyways, I thought I had some good points in there. I think he was... No, Cindy, you said you saw the images and you scrolled by them fast. They weren't in any document that you saw, okay? If they were, then many people would have had them. Yeah, I think I think Richard Allen's the guy. I showed it. And, you could tell there were some parts where he was like, well, yeah, All right, well, you should go over there, Lisa Mounts. Go hang out over there then. All right, let's see. What do we got? You said it like 5 times already. Yeah, I think it was a pretty decent... it was kind of rough at first. It's hard for me to just let somebody talk for 5 minutes straight. I have a lot of stuff that I think of during those 5 minutes that could refute a lot of stuff that somebody says, but then you forget what those are when you finally get to talk, and then you're on to something else. That's one of the parts that doesn't work. Well, I don't know. I don't know what he does on the Brian Koberger case. All I know is that I've put out a million videos on the Brian Koberger case, and it is Brian Koberger, so there's really nothing to discuss. I think the defense attorney in that case is done. She's probably trying to get Koberger to do a plea deal, but he's one of those people that won't do it, and he's absolutely a goner. I mean, she's seen the information. She probably even explained it to him. So Koberger is not going anywhere. Yeah, it was pretty tough. It's maybe at first I was like trying to get in, I want to say something, but after a while I just kind of got used to not being able to speak. Yeah. I don't think I'm not sure what the arguments would be. They're going to go after the touch DNA and try to claim it's from somewhere else, yet the DNA itself verifies that the white Elantra that was moving around doing loops was his. And the white Elantra verifies that that was him. It's both of them, but if you get rid of, you go, well, the DNA was randomly put there by somebody else, and you say, well, what are the odds that DNA was randomly put there by somebody else, and a white Elantra was doing laps and then parked for 12 minutes right when the murders happened, and he happens to have, so somebody planted DNA, knowing that a white Elantra was moving around. They looked around town, found somebody that had a white Elantra, then snuck out his DNA and then rubbed it on the knife sheath. Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right. Yeah, they took it off the Elantra that was doing laps. Hey, good point there. Good point. Very good. Anyway, hey, thanks, Jessica Schubach. Yeah. I'm convinced BK. My thing is like when I'm doing a live stream and then another YouTuber comes on and they have a channel, and then when I'm doing live streams, if you're over there watching their show during my stream, then it wasn't worth having those people on. You guys agree with that? Yeah. Okay, so if I were doing a live stream and I check over there and you're one of the people over there, then it shows that it wasn't worth it. Yeah. I don't know if he was live or not. I'm just talking about my show. It's sort of like, I always say it's sort of like having a food cart. You know, would it be smart for somebody who has a food cart to go, hey, everybody, why don't you go eat over at this other food cart? Try some of that food. And now, instead of them eating food at your table every single time, or your cart, they split it. And they go over there half the time, then they go over to yours half the time, and now you get your revenue, or whatever you want to call it, is half. You know, it's stupid. That's why I think it's ridiculous. It's only worthwhile for people with smaller channels to be on a bigger channel, because they invariably pilfer some people away, you know? And it's not being paranoid or anything, it's just the reality of it. Everybody knows that. The small channels love going on a big channel. Yeah. So, that's what I'm telling you. And I mean, everybody agrees with what I just said, even if you don't want to. It's the truth. Now, really small, crappy channels, they love doing little panels together, rattling on for hours, just sort of trading back their subs back and forth. But I work really hard to try to get, you know, the subs for my channel, the ones that want to help support the channel, become members, etc., etc., etc. All right. Anybody just disagree with that? That's the right word, pilfered. You know, like you come in, just it's wild. It's an unwritten rule and rude to go, and that's why I don't like when you guys are like, "Hey, everybody, thanks for coming." And you know, like I don't know, it's just strange. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, it's. We know you do, Gray. Yep. Bullocks. Yeah, you can sub to more than one channel. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Who said that? It's just that when I'm doing a live stream, if somebody else is doing, like, how stupid is it? Let's say I did a live stream. I have these people that do live streams right at my same time frame, and I have them come on as guests. And then they go over and sub to their channel. And then they get notified that they're on, and I'm live too. Maybe they go over there and watch that show instead. You see how ridiculous that gets? It's dumb. You know? It's crazy. I mean, what a stupid comment, DB Cooper. You sound like an idiot half the time. Like I'd say 50% of your comments, you sound like an absolute dipshit, and then the other ones, they're sort of funny. So try to just be the funny side, or you'll find yourself missing from the channel soon. And even though you're a subscriber here, none of your comments will ever show up. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, just what a bore. Give you 10 minutes. All right, maybe come back another time. As the saying goes, body cam, DNA, and cameras don't lie, but witnesses could. Well, maybe. Lisa Valenzuela. Maybe. But invariably you see that. You know, like I'll be doing a show and then somebody, a mod, will tell me, God, Gray, so-and-so, they're all watching over there. And it's like, oh, I just want to cuss. No wonder. Shouldn't have had him on, you know. That's why dropping other channels' names in chat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. When I go on when somebody has me come on, like their, you know, channel with 4,000 subs and they go, Gray, come up here. I'll go on there for a couple minutes and they'll put in the chat, hey, everybody, subscribe to Gray. I mean, it doesn't, you know, those people are probably already subscribers, you know. I don't mind, you know, it's like, I don't ask them to do anything like that. But that's the truth, you guys, of YouTube. YouTube, each channel are their own entity and small business, okay? Each channel. Just because of the detectives on TikTok and all the conspiracy. Oh, thanks, Jared. During Petito, back then. Yeah, the Petito case we did really well on, man. I mean, that was amazing. The stuff we were coming up with over here. It's awesome. Of course, everything was copied by the other YouTube sleuths out there, you know, but yeah, I don't know if it's good or bad. I mean, if a channel with 1 million people on it wanted me to come on, I think it'd be worth it. Or even if they had 100 and, like, I wouldn't mind going on any channel, I guess, if you had a lot of subs, you know, that would be great. You know, if they're willing to do that, that's awesome. But I don't like it the other way around for some reason. It's just sort of it doesn't make sense business-wise, you know. Yeah, I think that's one of the things. Jessica Schubach, why do some disregard Richard Allen's confessions? I think a lot of people, they have to do that to keep their hopes alive that a killer goes free. They always say, "Good, Gray, you're trying to convict an innocent man, you bastard." And it's like, what in the... How do you... Like, what makes Richard Allen an innocent person? Even if he is innocent now, because he's not been convicted yet. But when you're saying he is an innocent man, you are declaring that he has nothing to do with the crime, and you know it. Hey, thanks, Paulette Leonard. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Mulla. And also up there, I think there was somebody else. Oh, yeah, Jessica Schubach. Yeah, I thought 8675309 was saying something else earlier. Then I read, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so I mean, I guess, you know, the defense team at trial probably doesn't want to have crime scene photos shown, right? But that's just an obvious thing that everybody knows about, right? Of course, right? They don't want the crime scene photos shown. However, they would love the crime scene photo to be shown if there was an element in the crime scene photo that exonerated their person. And that's exactly what I think. They think the crime scene photos of Abby and Libby, the two that they released, they think that it bolsters their, and you know, like only a few people like me are the ones that say there's nothing in there. One wacko YouTuber said that they could see antlers, and they drew the antlers. They put out basically a replica image and said that they could see antlers. And then everyone goes, oh my God, oh my God. And so it helped bolster the Odinist idea. So it really did. The fact that those were released, it bolstered that, but only, you know, on the rational channels did anybody say, oh, you know, that could easily be something else. There's just these long stick laid over each of their left shoulder, basically, and then another stick going over. And it looked like they were going to try to cover them and then maybe cover them with leaves or something. I remember, what's that guy's name? Erskine. He said that they were covered with leaves. Do you guys remember that? They were covered with like leaves and everything. So that's interesting, right? Because the photos we're seeing, it's almost as if law enforcement had already removed the leaves so they could take pictures of them, but left the heavier structures there. See? So it almost worked exactly how they wanted them to. A second man, who was 5'4", had the day off, owns a .40 caliber handgun, parked at the CPS building, and wore a scarf with his blue jacket and blue jeans. What are the odds? Oh, wait, you forgot. He snuck into the woods right after Richard Allen. See, here's what happened. Richard Allen, on the picture you're looking at right here, watch this. It's amazing what he did. Watch this. It's almost Houdini couldn't have done it better. So he's right here, right? And then he walked this way into the woods. And then a guy that looked just like him came from over here somewhere. He was just down here fishing, and he goes up here. And then he goes, oh, wow. He was also a predator, by the way. So this other guy came up here, and he's standing there, and that's who Betsy Blair saw. And then Richard Allen, lo and behold, is just up in here somewhere. And then he sat down and had a picnic somewhere in this area. And, around 3 o'clock, 3:30, he went walk. He got back to his car, but then the other guy, he went over. Yeah, it doesn't work. It's stupid. All right? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Yeah, when people call in, I appreciate if people, you're not sitting there just trashing. I get not agreeing with them at all. I wouldn't mind that. Like, you go, that just sounds totally bogus. What about this? And put in your counter argument. But I'd rather have them, because I hate it when I go on to these shows like that. There's one idiot YouTuber that used to cover the, what do you call it? The Summer Wells case, and then she switched over to Delphi recently and has this little following, and she's just so pro Richard Allen, and it's just so, and I go on there and I'm talking, and her chat is absolutely horrendous to me. Like, there are people I would block saying the same things in here. Not just the comments that were said. And she's just like, I let everybody say what they want. It's freedom of speech. Oh, man. As soon as you say that, you've lost all credibility. Get the hell out of here. The joke. We don't have a safe way in. Okay, but anyways, I think I'm about done, you guys. If you liked the content today, maybe hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, hit the send in super chats if you want, become a channel member. That'd be freaking great. That's what we do over here. And come back on the end of the month and see what we do. I'm hoping to be able to give away out of my income this month. I mean, I don't know, maybe 5,000, 6,000. Last month it was only, I think, 3.5, and then 4 the months before that. But we've already done 2 this month, so we're at 10,000. Who's TJB? Defending an accused and charged person is off, especially before a trial. Exactly right. Supporting and defending an accused and charged person is off, especially before a trial. Right. Shouldn't that be the case? Shouldn't that be the reality? That a person that's been charged with no bail and everybody's out there defending this person. I bet you if Richard Allen was a pedophile, none of these people would be saying the same thing. Because these same people, you'd think they'd be coming up and trying to defend Stern, right? You'd think they'd be defending this guy. Man, they could come up with all kinds of things. Hey, it was somebody else. He said he dropped him off. How do we know there wasn't somebody else? Maybe he had a stuffed doll in the car when he was driving around. It wasn't really her that they thought was dead in the car. It was something else. And Hey, thanks, Eugenie. Not Corvalli, but Eugenie. Ding, ding, ding. Let's see. Show Richard Allen exit from the crime scene. I just think he went out through the cemetery over here and then out onto 300. He was on the right side of the road. And it's weird too because I have it about right here. I'm just guessing though where Sarah Carbaugh saw him. And then, but at that same time at 3:57, that's where Derek is in his car right here calling Becky. So look how crazy that is. Like, I mean, wherever this is, it's right near where he was. Pretty wild. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you to, let's see, K-Me. The hair became a new member. Only, well, I'm going to give away some memberships. Why don't you guys do that too? Let's get some memberships going here. All right, you guys. You know, we only 3 new members on a show like that. Come on, you guys. Come on. Ridiculous. You know what's weird is I hardly ever get new members off of live streams. I mean subscribers. But when I put videos out, I get like 200, 300 every single time. Makes me just, I don't get it. They always have these ads for video games. It's ridiculous. And there we go. All right. Thanks, Nikki Zubs. All right, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We get one more, that'd be 10. Who's doing the one more? Oh man, I just did a 4-hour and 43-minute show. You can listen to Rick Snay, the dipshit, call in earlier and just absolutely make a fool of himself talking about, what the hell was he saying? It's almost ludicrous. I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say that. But everything the defense says, he doesn't care if he heard him say that. But I said, you believe that when he said that he got there from 12 to 1:30? I do. Well, I should have said, well, you didn't hear him say that, so why do you believe that? Look at that. Elaine gets, oh, look at that. Elaine and Servant of God. So we got Jarvis, Angelia Wilcox, Nursey Kin 76, Bees, Half Pint, Teresa and Kimberly Gabaldon. And Todd and yeah. I just did an earlier one today. I don't know. Just figured I'd do one earlier. I'm into the later night. Oh, it's 8 o'clock already, my time. Man, that started at 3 something. I think 3:15 even. No, and Half Pint got one. All right. Yeah, very cool. Anyways, sorry if you're... I just did a later show, you know? Sometimes I like to do the late ones. Those are cool. So thank you to K-Me, The Hair became a member. Mike S. Bucolic Buffalo. Purdue RN. I haven't eaten anything all day. I had an apple before the show. Then Brittany's 31 months. Very cool. Plato. Kathleen Canick. K-Me. The Broken Scout. Amy Michelle Luxury. And then Wise Child. Allie Cake. Your Gypsy. Mary Flowers. John Wolf. Kathleen Canick. Amanda Hoosauer. K-Me. Cheryl Locke. Richard Watts. Kubi. Peter Amber Maiden. Audrey Kasem. Georgina Stoliker. The Broken Scout. Fishing in the Dark, who I haven't seen in a long time, but thank you. CB3835. Interstellar Trucker. Hot and Cold Crime. Joseph Brennan. Wise Child. Heather N. Georgina Stoliker. Kubi. Cindy Leon. Sherry S. Oddball. Ashtastic. Joseph Brennan. Walker Homestead. Cindy Leon. Kathy Chapin. Kathleen Canick. Lisa Mounts. Georgina Stoliker. LM. The Broken Scout again. Pancakes. Then Sarita, who we haven't seen in months, with a cat eye. And then Audrey Kasem. And then The Broken Scout with a double cat eye. Then Jessica Schubach. Paulette Leonard. Miss Mulla. LM. Eugenie. Nikki Zubs. And then I gifted 5 memberships. Elaine and Servant of God gifted a membership. And then Sandra Hafford has been here for 27 months. Oh, there's Sarita right there. All right. Be cool to see you back around here again, Sarita. Oh, and thank you, Sandra Halford, for your lurker fee. Quit lurking so much. Show up. Yes, and people help support this channel. It allows me to keep doing the shows. But I also give away a lot of the money, too, and allows us to keep making a difference, too. You know, so some people think, oh, gosh, Greg, give all of it or don't ask for anything at all. I'm not a charity intake company. But you see the good that we do, okay? So that's the deal here, everybody. Everybody knows that's what we do. We've given, for those new people that are just watching for the first time, we have given $189,600 to true crime-related charities over the last, I don't know, since January of 2020. This year we're at 10,000. We did 57 last year, 62 the year before that, 42 the year before that, and 22 the year before that. And we document it all, keep track of it, because it's kind of like, and now we have a DNA fund. Oh, we've had that for a long time, actually, a DNA fund. But we now have a scholarship fund that Plato and Zozo tirelessly, or full of tire, go through all of the applications over and over. I'm actually letting them be basically narrow it down to their chosen finalists, and then I'll read the ones that they think they like the most. But I'm not even going to be, I'm just going to let each one of them pick the one that they want. I mean, I don't even have to really, I'll just read their finalist, and that's it. And I mean, the final. I guess we got to put people into the finalist realm. I think at some point, I think at some point we got to do that, Plato. Put some people into the finalists. Can't you guys do that? I mean, why don't you guys start putting, like, literally your finalist people, the ones that you really think, man, this is a good one, all right? Or let me know which one. I don't know. I think you can do it yourself, though. Yeah, so we've got $6,000 in there. 2 students get $3,000. We've read 750 essays. That's like a novel. I mean, a massive Moby Dick or something, you know? Yeah. So anyways, that's what we do here every single night. The Freaks help support. Now, I've made it, like this month, I've done really well on ad revenue from other cases. And so that's helped out a little bit, you know. So hopefully we'll be able to do more. So anyways, thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you, Bob. What is it called? I don't know, Detective Diaries or something? Or Defense Diaries. Thank you for coming on, calling in. Thanks. Even Rick Snay the Wacko, who called in. At least he called in, but he turned into a crazy person right out the get-go by saying, "You can't be this stupid, Gray," and then went on to say some of the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life. All right, so thank you, everybody, for calling in tonight. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a 6.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen
we know
one
Beach
person
Girl. We know Beach Girl.
that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pop protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, ya.
Hey, look at that, Dennis Stewart.
Fucking check, I have no agenda. I'm no pretender.
I don't know either.
To you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Hey, look at it, it's Dennis Stewart.
Yeah, so I'll
I
just
see
get right
Dennis.
back to work. All right, everybody.
Look at that, everybody. It's Dennis Stewart up there, the legend. You're going to have to check up on you one of these days and see what's going on in the Schneeholberholzer catastrophe. I mean, it was just absolutely crazy. But good to see you. Good to see you. All right, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Be safe out there.